Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't know why you sitting and back for everything. Rock you on the studio. Bomba, clap. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby dead. Cali with a for my soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sit on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light. Some love them. I Rastafari my life. Some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. I live with a for my soul, yeah. Reggae man a for my warrior, warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Yeah, not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what? Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey, hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que se pare nacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Wanna can get respect from volume 8. My niggas on volume 8, this is Kiona Studio respect. Alright, alright, alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I can just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
But you guys don't like doing it anyway, so it's, you know what I mean? What can I tell you? I'm just kidding, man. Appreciate you guys that do. This class is a request from a brother, which I think is a good idea. And I'm thankful that he asked me because I'm glad he did, because I actually sat down and went through it as best as I could, kind of to get the class going. You know what I mean? Now, what I'm gonna do? Well, first of all, hold on. Let's go, man. Come on. Hey, first of all, what up? All will be revealed. All right. Sunday. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, to divide the day from the night. And let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years." Look, I'm going to show you what I've learned. And I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So I'm going to show you what I do and how I came about it. And maybe none of it makes sense to y'all. It's taken me a few years to really get this packed, at least for the best of my understanding, to where I'm at. We're in the time of atonement, family. This is not, we're not atoning. We're atoning every day. These days are very significant. There's one thing that you want to get right is the Sabbath, I think. You know what I'm saying? So let's begin, man. Let's begin. There's gonna be some scriptures. I'm gonna show you some a calendar, and then I'll read you guys some other books that typically are not in what we obviously read. But I'm gonna prove to you guys how the new moon is based on the dark moon, and I'm gonna use Enoch, and I'm gonna prove how we fell off in Jubilees and how some people misunderstand that, and I'm gonna show you how you know what I mean. You can't have to. First of all, there's no two calendars in the Bible. Okay? So anybody that right now, for example, these people here, they keep Sabbath on Friday and Saturday, and I'm not criticizing none of my brothers and sisters. Y'all know how I feel about you guys, but I'm talking about these other ones, right? You keep Sabbath on Friday and Saturday, even though there's no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday in the scriptures. But you keep Sabbath on Friday and Saturday, and then you keep the high holy day, but you base it off of the full moon. Where is the calendars? Where are the two calendars that you guys are talking about? I'd like inquiring minds like to know. Now, there is a doctrine out there which these one West indoctrinized idiots like to use, and they'd like to go to these scriptures where the moon and the sun revolve around the earth, which is the reason why they don't dictate which day the Sabbath falls. For real, IOIC teaches that. Oh, they'll go through Joshua and a couple other scriptures in Chronicles. Whatever school that you know of that believes that 12-tribe chart or whatever that crap is, or they keep the Sabbath every Friday and Saturday, and yet they celebrate the high holy days on new moon, well, not even new moon, on full moon, you know what they're about. Colossians 2:8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy, science, ciencia, and vain deceit, meaning fruitless, pointless, vain, empty, without inspection. What I find is that you dummies, you probably, and I'm not talking about anybody here that's on, you know what I'm saying? You specific ones that like to attack this channel, you dummies don't know how to follow this. And you try, and it's complicated. So you say, you know what? I can't have a congregation and ask these people for money because I can't explain it myself, and let alone these idiots don't understand either. So let's just keep it on a Friday and Saturday. And then the new moon, when it shows up in the moon, we'll just figure out a way to understand it. Again, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men. What are the traditions of men? For example, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Which at one point they were even changed to so-called Hebrew names, which in reality were never names, they were just numbers. But we'll just say them. Nasin, Abib, the year corn. Ivyar, I'm sorry, April. Sivan is May. Tammuz is June. Ab is July. Elul is August. Tishri is September. Mar Hashvan is October. Kislev is November, as best as I can say it. Tebet, December. Shebet, January. Adar is February. But technically, there were numbers. You'll see throughout the scriptures that it says on the first day of the third month, on the 15th day of the seventh month, on the 8th day of the fourth month. It doesn't say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, nor does it say Jan, Fran, Wham. Thank you, ma'am. It doesn't say none of that. So again, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. How? After the traditions of men. How? After the rudiments of the world, and not after the Meshiach. Okay? And not, by the way, I downloaded this thing because I found out that it actually says it in the way I like to say it. Meshiach. See that? See that, family? Gotcha, bitch. Sorry about that. Not trying to convolate those kind of words in this, but in reality, that word is in the Bible. So, oh well, too bad. Gotcha, bitch. Anyhow, here's how these people will fool you and spoil you through their philosophy, through their deceit, through their lack of understanding, because you cannot get a whole congregation under this understanding, because it is not an easy task to follow these how can I say, luminary powers, so to speak. Okay? It's not easy. It is time consuming, and you have to plan out the year. You do have to. So that's why you be careful, lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Meshiach. Now, how and why is that going to happen? What will be one of the ways, family? Very simple. Daniel 25, y'all probably know this. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the Most High. I don't know how to say that. Okay, and I'm not going to pronounce that other word. And think to change times and laws. That's one way where you can start seducing people by what? Philosophy, vain deceit. Hey, listen, Christmas is cool on December. By the way, in case y'all don't know, how can New Year be 1 month into December? How? You tell me how. Explain that to me. How can New Year be 1 month into December? I mean, in case you guys don't know this, okay? If you don't understand why that's important to clarify, you will not know the parables of the scriptures. If you don't know how to even understand harvesting of any sort, you won't understand the scriptures. For example, the parable of the fig tree or the fig leaf. When you see the tender leaf, it is not time yet. You want to know why it says that? Do you want to know why it says that? I'm not even going to go there just for the sake of time. It's because when the season of winter is about to begin, which is a late autumn, early winter, late November, you start seeing the trees budding, like the branch is starting to kind of bud their little leaf. But it's not time yet. It's not summer, because you still got to go through spring. If you don't understand these kind of concepts, you'll never get the Bible. It wasn't meant for you. Daniel 7:25, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the Kodeshium, I guess, of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. And they shall be given unto his hand until a period of time and times in the dividing of times, which is why we have 2024, January 16th. 2024, January 16th. Now, am I going to really get into the names of the months? No, not necessarily. That's not my concern. I'm going to show you the importance of having to get the Sabbath right, or the new moon right, because then the other days tend to fall in its place. Now, if you don't take the time to study how calendars work, which I never did, but I was asked to do a class, so I studied it. And it's really not that complicated. But I understand that it doesn't take a simpleton to figure it out. It's not that complicated, but it's not that simple. Especially when you're probably with a lot of problems and you haven't repented. Most High ain't going to give you this understanding. I'm going to say that to you right now. That's not to claim that I'm any better than you or anybody else, but I'm just saying that's how the scriptures work. If he sees your spirit in you, if you don't got it, man, he ain't giving it to you. 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 2. I'm going to go back and forth with this, okay? So just keep that in mind, okay? For 1 Peter chapter 4, verse, I'll read 1. For as much then as Meshiach has suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind. You see, I'm not trying to follow everybody's ways. I'm trying to do it right as best as I can. Doesn't make me right at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I mean. I'm trying to do my best to follow this way. Let me read it again. For as much as then as the Meshiach has suffered for us in the flesh, arm yourselves likewise with the same mind. Why? Because you're going to suffer. For he that has suffered in the flesh has ceased from sin. What does that mean? That's why you either give unto repentance or you give unto sin. The laws never were done away with, dummies. That he no longer shall live the rest of his time in the flesh to the lust of men, but to the will of the Most High. You, meaning you. For the time past, our lives may suffice us to have wrought the will of other nations. Vain philosophy, customs of the people, ungodly ways, celebrating Christmas, celebrating Thanksgiving, celebrating New Year's, or keeping the Sabbath on a Friday and Saturday without knowing that could be wrong. No, because it's convenient. I get it for y'all that don't understand yet, but for you that do, you may have to want to, man, if the spirit is in you, you need to start paying attention. And again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. I don't know what you're going to do. I'm just telling you, I'm going to do this. And you're going to do whatever y'all want to do. So I'm going to give you the scriptures to prove to you that it is the way that at least I'm seeing it. Now, anybody wants to come on the channel later on when I'm done with this class and debate me about these things, we can. But first, you're going to have to debate me about some other stuff. Because this is not the only angle they got with me. I'm just going to say that to you. For the time past, our lives may suffice as to have wrought the will of other nations, costumbres, Friday, Saturday, the day of, remember, a Good Friday, you're not supposed to eat all kinds, like other meats, just eat fish. That's one example of 1 Timothy 4:4. Doesn't mean eat pork, dummy. When we walked in lasciviousness, also, other nations would tell you, because of Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, and Buddhism, all that was around those times as well. They weren't eating meat. They were vegetarian. So then you had other brothers and sisters of our people that would come back to Jerusalem, so to speak, or Yahushalom, and then they would bring those customs like, oh, no, they told me, because it says here it was kosher, the earth back in the, no, man, what are you talking about? Like, what was given to you clean is for Thanksgiving. Anyhow, let's continue, man, because that's another point. When we walked in lasciviousness, lust, excess of wine, reveling, banqueting, and abominable idolatries, following the ways of other people, and not trying to figure out, is it correct as to what I'm doing? Am I walking the right way? Am I walking the right path? Or am I leaving things out? Or am I cutting corners because I'm too lazy to figure this stuff out? Because those are facts too, fam. So I had to tell you. Wisdom of Solomon 14:16. Thus, in the process of time, an ungodly custom grew strong, was kept as law. For example, Christmas. Now, Friday and Saturday is your day off. Really? You work Monday through Friday. You have Saturday because you may work, and then Sunday is the first day of the week. Supposedly. Now, if there's certain holidays that are attached to religious, factions, and yet you have freedom of religion. But again, in the process of time, an ungodly custom grew strong, was kept as law, like what we live now. You trying to keep the Sabbath or let's say the seventh day, because that's what it says, the seventh day rest, but you need to follow the new moon. These people are not going to make it easy for you to do that, because you may have to be scheduled to work on a new moon or that seventh day rest or that high holy day. But even our brethren who were in slavery at that time, they still managed to keep it as best as they could. Again, thus in the process of time, and ungodly custom custom grown strong was kept as a law, and graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings. Some of those commandments, we see them specifically in the New Testament. Titus is a small book, but it tells you real quick to the point. Let's just get to it. Titus 2:12, teaching us that denying ungodliness and worldly lust. Why? He says denying it. Ungodliness. The idolatry ways. Those other customs. Not following what was given to us from the beginning. We should live soberly, righteously, and godly. Now, when you see the Y at the end, sober, meaning soberly with an intent to continue, righteously with an intent to continue, and godly with an intent to continue in this present world, meaning while you're alive until you pass. You have to really examine yourself if you are in this understanding, if you really, really are about this repentance, if you really, really want to change in your life, like actually be a real man, a husband, you know what I'm saying? A brother, a father, you know what I mean? Like actually your children admire you, your wife does too. If you really want to be about that, then this is what's required. When I started trying to humbly learn how to do this the best way, I got more understanding. That's when I started getting more understanding. So again, we're back to these Januaries, Februaries, Marches. What do they stand for? January stands for Janus, in case you guys don't know. The protector of gates, they call it. Now, some of you guys are familiar to, like, it's depicted with a two-faced kind of presentation, you know what I'm saying? Right? But again, remember, it's the month of death. If you guys don't know this, it's because it's winter. Remember, everything dies. Everything dies. Like, the old branches are wither away, and the new ones are tender coming up. That's why it says, when the tender is nigh, it's winter. It's not even spring or summer yet. But if you don't know, you don't know. Now, February, February, you know what I mean? Festival of, hold on, I wrote it down. I can't really see it. I just wrote it down quick. Festival of purification, like atonement. You know, now I know this for a fact that in those times, because of like Valentine's Day, they would let the virgins run around, and the dudes would go slapping these women around with like animal skin to prepare them for fertility. It has to do with Valentine's. Now, March is Martias, okay? Like Mars, you know, Mars, the moon, you know, the world. April is Aprilias. May is Mayas. Maester being the Roman goddess. June is Junius or Juno. And now I kind of, it's weird, man, because it's like, it was referencing a young man opposed to an old man. To becoming young to an old man, something to that effect. You know, I guess half the year, you know, maybe that's what it is. Half the year, you know. July is Julius Caesar, obviously, it makes sense. August, I'm sure you guys know. Well, it's regarding Augustus Sextilius. That's his name, Roman emperor. I think 6 months. His birthday was like 6 months of the year. August, whatever. August. Remember, these numbers are like Agosto, Ocho, Septiembre 7, Septembrias, meaning 7. October is Octobius, like, you know, octagon, 8. November is like 9. December, obviously, diez. So these are the names that you were given. These are the teachings that you're supposed to be denying, because if you think celebrating New Year is not a problem, then you don't even know what part of the year you're in. Now, I will tell you this for you guys that do say, oh, well, we keep the Friday, Saturday because whatever. Listen, I did the counting. Last year, you guys, by keeping the Friday and Saturday, was exactly 54 weeks in that year, which means it's 13 and a half months. From that point to that point, 13 and a half months. Make that make sense? You don't even understand the whole concept of leap years or anything like that. But no, hey, listen, what do I know, right? What do I know? What do I know? Guess maybe I don't know much. But anyways, let's begin, man. Let's get going on this. Let's start tackling these things. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 15. Let's go to it. Check this out. It says, take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves. Okay? Let me read it again. It says here, Deuteronomy 4:15, take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahoo, the name of our Creator, spoke unto you in Korah, out of the midst of fire. Now, it says, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure. Now, that's for you guys. Oh, well, Exodus 20 said if you have to bad. No, it says just don't make no images. Why are you guys worshiping your images of yourselves? Nate? Pope? White Jesus? Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all? Buddhists? Krishna? What is wrong with you people? Muhammad? Really? You guys worship yourselves. You want an image. Like the likeness of a male and female. Krishna, Diana, Hecates, Libertas, Queen of Heaven. But this is my point. The likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of the winged fowl that is in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. As we know, there's religions that have the sign of the fish, which they use towards Jesus. And now it says, verse 19, unless you lift your eyes unto heaven, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahoo, the Most High, has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven, meaning it's not your business to follow those things. Now, this is why you get horoscopes, family. Okay? I'll give you an example. If you do, let's say, for example, a pie chart, right? Let's say you got like a pie chart of some sort. Okay, I should have done that, but I mean, while I'm talking, maybe I can find one. A pie chart of some sort. Okay. Now, in this pie chart, you have, I don't know, what can I put it? What can we say? Let's do maybe. Let's see. I think I'm gonna find one here. Let's do 12. Okay. Here we go right here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Boom. I'm gonna download this quick just to show you guys where all this leads to. Why it's important to be grounded, rooted. Oh, and I got a scary scripture for y'all at the end. That's why it's important to be grounded and rooted before you go and try to teach other people or try to think that, someone may not be able to teach you. Okay? So, for example, it says here, don't let the moons and the stars to trick you, right? So this is where this old design comes from of religion. You have the circle, right? And the stars, and the star in the center. North, south, east, west. Now, I'm not going to get into it here, family, but what Enoch was talking about was these gates. Okay? I'm not going to get into it, man. This is too heavy. I'm only trying to show you the moon. Because I will do the class, Lord willing, where I may be able to do like a virtual design where you see the movements coming abroad. So it moves, travels. It's I can't explain it just yet, family. My point being is this. This is where people go wrong. You see the star right here in the middle, down, cross. But then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What do you get? Horoscopes. What do you also get? Stars. What do you also get? Misunderstandings. Other religions. the moon, and the stars. Don't go worship them. Clearly, it tells us that. Why? Because Yahoo, the Most High, has divided unto all nations, under the whole heaven. And it's not for them to worship necessarily, but it's for everybody to use it as a sign of times. For example, Genesis 1:14, like the brother had given us earlier. Check this out. I'll show you real quick. Genesis 1:14 says, and the Most High said, let there be lights in the expense of heaven. Let me go to King James, okay? Because again, I'm just going back and forth with this script, with this new book. I don't know. It's called Sefer. I'm not interested in it. I don't care. I use all kinds of translations, family. You know me. I read King James. I prefer it. But every now and then, I want to try a new translation. It says, Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let there be for signs. And let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and for years. Again, signs, seasons, days, and years. Seasons are winter, spring, autumn, fall, right? Winter, spring, was it winter, spring, autumn, fall? Is that again? I can't remember again, man. Help me out here. So it's seasonal every 3 months, 3, 6, 9, 12, or every 90 days, right? And for days, so every month usually has 30 days. There are some months that have 29 days, and there's some months that have 28 days, okay? And for years. Now, keep this in mind, family. What we're talking about is, again, when I'm sharing with y'all in regards to why it's important to understand the new moon, it's not because it's a worshiping concept. It's because that allows me to know when the actual seventh day rest will be. That helps me understand that. Now, let me start with showing you some scriptures here real quick. Psalms 81. There you go. Winter, spring, summer, fall. Thank you, bro. There's even a song about it. Winter, spring, summer, fall. All you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Sorry, man. I'm getting old, bro. I'm not old, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, Psalms 81:2. Watch what it says. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel and the pleasant harp in the psalms tree. Again, take the psalms and bring hither the timbrel and the pleasant harps in the psalms tree. Blow the shofar on the dark new moon today on your solemn feast. Now, I didn't choose this for that reason. I literally just downloaded this right now, okay? But I'm going to go back to this translation because then I'm not putting words in your thoughts. Blow the trumpet in the new moon and in the time appointed on the solemn feast day. Here, this translation seems to understand what I'm talking about. So it means this. Isaiah
Hold on a
chapter
second, all right?
58 and verse 1.
I didn't mean, hold on.
Cry aloud, spare not.
Man. Hold on. I didn't mean it. I don't have it separated. Or maybe I do. Do I? This part. Blow the shofar on the new moon today on a solemn feast, or like it's written here, dark moon. Okay? Now again, I'm setting it up. Verse 4. For this was a statute for Yeshayahu in the law of the Most High of Yaakov. I can't really pronounce that. I apologize. I'm learning still. My bad. Trying to do as best as I can. Or I'll go back to the traditional, as we know. For this was a statute for Israel and the law of God, and the law of the God of Jacob. Hell yeah, man. That's beautiful. Now, let's go to Psalms 104, okay? Again, I'm just trying to show you the importance of the new moon. Okay, Psalms 104, verse 19. It says, he appointed the moon for seasons. Again, for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Now, check this out. In this chapter, you see how he's like
he's speaking of the power and control that he has over the elements of the world. Who covered thyself with the light as a garment, verse 2. Who, verse 3, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh his angels spirits, who laid foundations of the earth. Right? You know, it's like he's like literally like, man, like everything you create, Father, it's beautiful, it's amazing. But then he says, he appointed the moon for seasons. Without understanding the moon, you won't know the season because it don't move on you. I'm telling you, it don't move on you based on the leap year. That's right. It will. That's why it says, thou maketh darkness and it is night. So he's explaining the power of our Creator. Now, in case some of you guys don't understand this, I'm going to tell you that Sirach 43, it is used in such a, I don't know, man, a blind way. But let's read it together, family. So here's what the problem is with these camps. You guys read this here, in case you're watching in secret, and you read this here, but then you separate those two, and then you just you read like this like this verse has nothing to do with those whole thing. Again, if you read the chapter in its context, he's declaring once again the power. He's declaring the magnificence of the creation of our Father. Now it says here, Sirach 43 and 6, follow me here. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times, a sign of the world. Now, people would say, oh, a sign, you can't see a sign if it's dark. That's your understanding of what the sign means. Okay? Now, it doesn't have it here, interestingly enough. See, it doesn't have the concordance. But it says here, signs, he made the moons also to serve in her season for a declaration of the times and the signs of the world. Now, watch this. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. So you're like, oh, you see, that's the new moon because it's decreasing. But no. In case you guys don't understand the meaning of words, what does perfection mean? Perfection meaning. Perfection meaning isn't just like perfect. Perfect. A person or thing perceived embodiment of perfection. The condition, state, quality of being free or free from possible flaws. The action or process of improving something until it is faultless or faultless as impossible. So we're talking about improvement, right? Improvement. Perfection. Maturity. Maturity. The act or processing of perfecting. Interesting, isn't it? Now, if you look at, let me see if I can get this. Perfection. I think that's how you spell it. My bad if I don't know how. You see more definitions or more examples or similar words. Perfection. Let's go Oxford language. No, I don't want to go there that far. Synonyms. Accomplished. Evolution. Purity. Right? Completion. Finishing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Perfection it's like the process of completion. So a light that decreaseth in her completion. Now watch this. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully interchanging. So if you read, from the moon is a sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection, meaning it's complete. The month is called after her name, after it's complete, increasing wonderfully, interchanging, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. So increasing wonderfully to be a light above so people can see. Like if you live in the snow, if there's a moon out there, it's very bright. But the verse before says decreasing in her perfection. Now, how do I confirm that? So as I told you, I'm going to use this book here, Enoch. Okay. So let's go back to chapter 41. First, I want to make a point here real quick. And again, this is just to make a point in regards to the luminaries. All right. It says, verse 1, after this, chapter 1, verse 1, after this, I beheld the secrets of heaven and of paradise, according to its divisions and the human actions, and as they weighed in their balances, I saw the habitations of the elect, the habitations of the holy, and their eyes beheld all the sinners who denied the Lord of glory, whom they were expelling from hence and dragging away as they stood there, no punishment proceeding against them from the Lords of Spirit. That's a way different topic. Then he says, I beheld also the receptacles of the moon, whence the moons came, whither they proceeded. So, for example, again, not to touch on it, I will make another class on this. But if you look at this book, it has 12 gates and some on the left and some on the right, meaning divided. And these elements travel on these gates. So imagine kind of like a missile going like in that concept, but not necessarily. Okay, so don't hold me to it just yet. That's another class. But again, whence the moon came, whither they proceeded, their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than the other. You see that increasing ever so wonderfully. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and undiminished progress, their observance of a mutual fidelity by a stable oath, their proceedings forth before the sun, their adherence to the path allotted to them, in the obedience to the commands of the Lord of Spirits. Potent is his name forever and ever. So now check this out. After this, I perceived that the path, both concealed and manifest of the moon, as well as the progress of the path, was there completed by the day and by night, while each one with another looked towards the Lords of Spirit, magnifying and praising without cessation, since praise of the rest in them is rest. For in the splendid sun there is a frequent conversation to the blessing and to the malediction. Now check this out, okay? Need to pay attention to this. Let me pay attention to this, family. Let me magnify it here. Hey, shalom, Julio. What's up, bro? Pedro, what's up, bro? Joel, what's up, man? Hey, Masha, what's up, bro? VTC. Sorry, I didn't see you just now, man. Anyway, verse 6. Now, check this. Pay attention. The course of the moon's path to the righteous is light. Let me read it again. The course of the moon's path to the righteous is light. But to the sinner, it is darkness. In the name of the Lord Spirit, who created divisions between light and darkness, and separating the spirits of men, strengthened the spirits of the righteous in the name of his own righteousness. Now, nor does the angel prevent this, neither is he endowed with the power preventing it. For the judge beholds them all and judges them in all his presence. Do you see this, family? So somebody's wrong. Somebody is wrong. It says here that the course of the moon's path to the righteous is light. That's an extreme important point. Here's why. I'll show you. The path is light, to the light, towards the light. Remember? Towards the light. Let's go to chapter 68. Just trying to make some points, and then I'm gonna move on to the actual calendar. Okay, I'm gonna show the moons. I'm gonna show the importance of the moons. That we follow the moon based. We keep the 7th-day rest based on the moon, and I'm only gonna talk about 4 high holy days today. That's it. Okay. And I may be showing you another video. I don't know yet. Let's go to Enoch 68, verse 26. It says, "By this oath, the sea has been formed, and the foundations of it. During the period of its fury, he had established the sands against it." Okay, no, wait, did I go to 68? Yeah, he had established the sands against it. Am I the right one? 68? Am I 68? 26, man. Come on. Okay. During the period of his fury, he had established the sands against it. Verse 27, which continue unchanged forever. And by his oath, the abyss has been made strong, nor is it removable from its station forever and ever. By his oath, the sun and the moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. So even though Jubilee said that we would be falling off because we stopped keeping them, that didn't mean that the courses were in its place yet. Still, nothing is out of order. We're out of order. We got to get in our order. Some of you guys are on the right train, but on the wrong track. Gotcha, bitch. By this oath, the stars complete their progress. And when their names are called, they return and answer forever and ever. Forever and ever and ever. So to me, I'm like, okay, then there's something that I have to do that is a perpetual requirement. Some things that just don't change. Some things have. Okay? So let me just show you a little bit about the gates. Won't touch on it too much. This is Enoch 71, verse 1. The book of the revelation of the luminaries of heaven, according to their respective classes, their respective powers, their respective periods, their respective names, the places where they commence, their progress, their respective months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, explained to me, he who conducted them, the whole account of them, according to every year of the world forever, until the network shall be effected, which will be eternal, meaning until everything is fulfilled. This is the law of the luminaries. The sun and the light arrive at the gates of heaven, which are on the east, and on the west of them at the western gates of heaven. I beheld the gates whence the sun goes forth, and the gates where the sun sets. In which gates also the moon rises and sets. And I beheld the conductor of the stars among those who preceded them, with gates were at the rising and 6 at the setting of the sun. Now, if I don't have faith in my Father who has set everything in order, and all I got to do is get my ass in order, then I don't know what I'm doing. So this is talking about the different gates. In the 4th gate with the moon, in the days precise, the 10th part, the sun goes forth in the 4th gate, during the fifth gate, during the 30th day, then it become the length. It's like it's going real. Like again, will go over your head. I'm not talking about this right now. We will talk on this later. Right now, we need to get ourselves in order. Some of you guys asked me, so I'm showing you how I keep my rest day. Chapter 73, verse 1, the book of Enoch. Here it goes. And then I saw another progress and regulation, which he effected in the law of the moon, the progress of the moons, and everything related to them. Uriel showed me, the holy angel who conducted them all. Their stations I wrote down as he showed them to me. Their stations, meaning their entrance. I wrote down their months as they occur, and the appearance of their light. Watch this. Until it is completed in 15 days. Again, I wrote down their months as they occur, and the appearance of their light, until it is completed in 15 days. Now, if you guys read chapter 71 through 78, you'll if you understand, I wouldn't suggest it because, man, I'm telling you, family, I told you before, man, stick to the milk. Most High will let you know when. If you guys want to know the milk, let me know. Anyhow, it says, and the appearance of their light until it is completed in the 15th day. Huh. Hold that thought, okay? Hold that thought. In each of 2 7 portions, it completes all its lights at rising and at setting. Let's read verse 5. Okay. On stated months, it changes its settings. And on stated months, it makes a progress to each gate. In 2 gates, the moon sets with the sun, and those 2 gates which are in the midst, and in the fourth gate, from the 3rd gate, it goes for 7 days and makes the circuit, explaining the movement. Okay? Let me not lose you. Maybe go to verse 13, and then we move on. Verse 13, the moon brings all the years exactly, that their stations may come neither too forward nor too backwards on a single day, but that the years may be changed with correct precision in 364 days. Now, in 3 years are 1,902. In 5 years, there are 1,820. And in 8 years, there are 2,912, which, if you do the math, it's true. Okay? This isn't far-fetched, guys. This isn't nothing out of this realm. Makes sense. 365 days, you divide them into actual parts or moons based on 4 new moons. That's what you get, quarterly or seasons. 4 new moons, 1 new moon, 4 Sabbaths, 1 new moon, 4 Sabbaths, 1 new moon, 4 Sabbaths, 1 new moon. There's technically 7 extra days each year if you count after the 30th day. For example, if let's say January is instead of 30 days, it's 31 days, that's 1 day. Let's say March has a 31st day, that's 2 days. So usually between January and March, it's 2 days. Between April and I believe between May, hold on, here I'll show you. Between January and April, it's 2 extra days. Between May and August, it's 3 extra days. Between September and December, it's 2 extra days. When you do have 7 extra days. Now, if you don't pay attention, every leap year or every 4 years, right? It's 28 days that are not considered. So, for example, this year we're going to have 7 extra days without a leap year. This was a leap year, right? So then next year it'll be 7 extra days. 7 extra days next year. 7 extra days on the next leap year, which is the 2028. That's 7 times 4. It's 28 days, which is why there's something called the second Adar. So again, to the moon alone. I'm sorry if I went fast, but I'll clear it up a little bit, okay? To the moon alone belong in 3 years 1,362 days and 5. Well, it says the same thing, okay? So now let's move on to chapter 74. All right, watch this. I'm taking my steps so you guys can see what I see. So and again, you study it, you pray on it, you fast on it. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Enoch 74 verse 4. And the harmony of the world becomes complete every 364 states of it. Every day is a state, like a state of mind in a sense. That's why you're supposed to examine yourself every single day. All right. So 364 days, 365 examinations. For example, twice a day in the prayer, you multiply that to 365. I'm not going to do the math right now. But anyways, for the signs, the seasons, the years, and the days, Uriel showed me the angel whom the Lord glory appointed over all the luminary. And he is moving on point. Now, here is the, I guess you could say, dagger for those that don't understand what we're talking about here. Now, again, I'm not here to, impress upon a particular type of belief. You guys either agree or disagree. I don't know, man. It's hey, listen, what do I know, right? I'm just a little paisita and shit. I see people show up. I see people come up. I see people, man. I'll praise you guys for sitting around, and some people leave, and some people make comments. Some people don't give a damn. Matter of fact, since this started, there's only been 2 likes this whole time. It's pretty sad. But hey, it's all good, man. I'm not here for likes. I wish there was more so the gente would see it. But y'all don't give a shit anyways. So let's continue for the ones that do. Okay, so it says here, let's seal the deal, and then we'll move on to the days, and then I think we'll be okay with the video, and then that's it. The name of the sun are the ones Ariaris and the other Tomas. The moon has 4 names. The first is Asonia, the second Abla, the third Banisa, and the fourth Ira. These are the 2 great luminaries, whose orbs are as the orbs of heaven, and the dimensions both are equal. Huh? So the moon and the sun are the same size, huh? Pretty interesting, isn't it? Now it says, I'm going to explain this briefly. Hopefully you get it. Hopefully it makes sense, but it should. In the orb of the sun, there's a 7th portion of light, which is added to it from the moon. So there's light traveling here, right? So in the orb of the sun, there's a 7th portion of light out of the sun, which is added to it from the moon. So the moon and the sun kind of like share these so-called energies, so to speak, right? By measure, it is put in it, or it's put in, until a 7th portion of the light of the sun is departed. Watch this. They enter into the western gate, circuit by the north, through the eastern gate, forth over the face of heaven. Kind of like, I'm still trying to, like he goes here, eastern gate goes like, kind of like a missile, goes up all the way up, and then settles down in the western gate, so to speak, right? Best way that I can explain it right now, but I want to do a drawing for it, to be honest with you. It says, by measure, it is put in it until the 7th portion of the light of the sun is departed. No, hold on a second. They enter in the western gate, circuit by the north, and through the eastern gate, go forth over the face of the earth. You see that? Like go in, whoop, boom, and it comes back. Forth over the face of the heaven, right? Over above you. Now check this out. When the moon rises, it appears in heaven. And half of a 7th portion of light is all which is in it. So there's 7 bars, so to speak, and 3.5 is in it. When the moon rises, it appears in heaven. 3.5 of the 7 bars, so to speak, is in it. Watch this. On the 14th day, the whole light of it is completed. Oh, yeah. Come on. On the half of the 7th portion of light is all which is in it. So the 7%, so to speak, that 7th portion is divided by 2. 3.5 goes into the moon, right? Or it leaves the moon, so to speak. And then in the 14th day, the whole of it is lit, light is complete. On the 14th day. How can that be the new moon? Now, by 3 quintuplets, light is put in it. Remember, by 3.5, like 3 bars, right? Until in the 15th day, light is completed. You see this again. Okay, now people get lost when they read this here, but I'll explain to you why. So again, the moon has the half of the 7th portion. So the moon has 3.5. It requires mathematics. It requires understanding of degrees. Kind of like if you guys ever use this game called Logo, or you ever do those designs like where you use a ruler and you like mark each centimeter and you like cross lines across each other. It's like that. It's the same concept, man. It's arithmetics. It's mathematics. It's based on degrees. You guys that probably do contracting, know, or yeah, do contracting. You may know what this is. You just kind of have to think outside the box a little bit. It says, by 3 quadruplet lights, it's put in it until in the 15th day, its light is complete. That's why you see, for example, here, let's touch on it now since we're here. So, for example, January, this is a complete light. This is a new moon. So if it starts here, by the time it gets to the 25th day, right, half of the 7 portions is in the light, which is why by the time it's in the 15th day, the moon has the half of the 7th portion, right? Only. Now watch this. So it resets now. Now what it's telling you at this point is saying, look, when it's actually increasing, right? It increases to light. It has 3.5 portions of the 7 portions at this point. Now, it resets and explains to you what's going on after the 15th day at this point. This is why you got some dummies, some one West indoctrinated Canaanites who don't know how to read the scriptures. So they're like, no, dummy, no. It's literally explaining something to you here. And then it says, okay, now that I explained to you what happens on those 14 days or 15, now let's reverse now. During its diminution on the first day, its light decreases a 14th part. Why? Because at 3.5, it is completely full. So now it's diminishing the 3.5. And it does it in specific portions, like cells, like little cells. On the second day, meaning, for example, on the 13th day, it decreases a 13th part. On the third day, it decreases 12 parts, meaning that's the 12th day. Or if you go from 14 to 15 to 16, so for example, first day decreases 14, this would be 16th day. On the second day, it decreases 13 parts, that's the 17th day, and so on and so forth. On stated months, the moon has 29 days. So let me continue with this. Look. On the third day, the 12th part. On the fourth day, an 11th part. On the 5th day, the 10th part. On the 6th day, a 9th part. Now, for example, if you get 3 bars and you break them down in little cells, so 1 bar, let's say 3.5, right? You do the same to each one. It's basically telling you that it's broken down in those particular increments. It's out of this world. On the 7th day, it decreases an 8th part. On the 8th day, it decreases a 7th part. You see this? On the 9th day, it decreases a 6th part. On the 10th, it decreases the 5th part. On the 3rd and the 10th and all this and that. And then it says, and on the 15th day, the whole remainder of the light is consumed. So it went from being empty to getting to the middle part on the 15th day. And then now it's diminishing, and now it's consumed. So in this point here, it's telling you clearly that the full moon is not the new moon. Oh, but I guess that's not enough. I mean, let me see if I can get you another one. I know I had one more. Check this out. Read this again. In the orbit of the sun, there is a 7th portion of light, which is added to it from the moon. By measure, it is put in until a 7th portion of the light of the sun is departed. They enter into the western gate, circle by the north, and through the eastern gate go forth over the face of the heaven. When the moon rises, it appears in heaven. Half of the 7 portions of the light is all which is in it. On the 14th day, the whole of the light is complete. Why is that? That's why you got to go back to scripture and see Sirach once again. Sirach 43, 5 and 6. He had made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration and of time and for a sign of the world.
From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreases in her perfection or completion. What happens then? The month is called after her name. Why? Increasing wonderfully, interchanging, being an instrument of the armies above. So when it's perfected, meaning when it's the perfection, it's when it's completely hollow. That's right. It's like kind of resetting itself again. It's like mathematics. It's just like mathematics. You have a cup and there's water there, or like sand. If you take the sand and you scoop it out, it has to reset itself again, right? So that's the beginning, like zero. Hello. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully, interchanging, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmaments of heaven. That's why Genesis 1:14 is so eloquent in its ways. Very simple, but again, it takes so many scriptures to show y'all. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmaments of the heavens to divide the day by the night from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and for years." Now, where in the world can I find Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Now, the book of Jubilees, chapter 6, verse 34 and 38, talk about that we will fall off, that we will be scattered. Let me see. See if I can get it real quick. Jubilees, I believe 6, if I'm not mistaken. Book of Jubilees, 6, and I believe it'll be verse 34. Yeah, it says, verse 34. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons and the seasons and the Sabbath, and will go wrong as to all the orders of the years. For I know, and from henceforth will I declare unto thee, and it is not only for my desired devising, for the book lies wherein before me. And on the heavenly tablet the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant, and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles after their error and after their ignorance. Now watch this. There will be those who will assuredly make observation of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day, the day of testimony, because you won't know where to start. You don't know how to follow these particular ordinances. And an unclean day, a feast day like Friday and Saturday, every Saturday, or a new moon on a full moon, and they will confound all the days, and the holy with the unclean, and the clean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbath and feasts and jubilees. For this reason I command and testify to thee that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death, thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. For this reason they will go wrong as to the new moons and the seasons and the Sabbaths and the festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of fish. That's why you see all these other stupid damn heathens now eating pork. What did I just say when I first started? When you guys are keeping Friday and Saturday Sabbath throughout the year, you're actually going 13 and a half months. 54. You're supposed to average 48 weeks. Now let's kind of like start summarizing this real quick. Okay, check this out. Here it goes right here. So here's my the best that I could make. Here, calendar here. Oh, hold on, my bad. Okay, so here goes, family. Yeah, I've seen people back and forth a lot with the whole. You know why? It's because they don't know how to keep the moon. They don't know how to study. They don't want to study. They're too tired. I don't know, bro. I really don't. I think it's huevonada, man, honestly, because it is consuming, and you have to kind of calculate properly. I use 3, ways, and you have to listen, man. You got to have faith in how the Most High makes this work. So, for example, family, we're in January 16th, Sabbath or new moon, right? Or Sabbath, so to speak. New moon was Thursday. So now you got 1, 2, 3, 4 Sabbaths. Keep those in mind. Now, here, this white one is full moon, dark one is dark moon. Okay, so next Sabbath, I'm sorry, next new moon is going to be a little tricky one. Okay, is an extended new moon, because when you actually look at the calendars, you're going to see the moon percentage decreasing at this point, and ever so increasing here. Now, keep the Sabbath for sure, but this is going to be an extended new moon. Why am I saying that? And why? Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. No, it makes perfect sense. That's why Amos, is it 5 and 8 or 8 and 5? Amos 8 and 5, I think. Yeah, Amos 8 and 5 says, saying, here, I'll read it this way, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell grain, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat. Now, why is he asking? Saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and that the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat. Why? Because remember, it talks about, well, you always have to have two testimonies, meaning brothers that are like keeping track of the movement. They would confirm it. So some people didn't know. So in this case, the extended new moon would be technically falling continuously from the 9th to the 10th. Technically, it's elongated new moon. So now, the following week starts on the 17th, 24th, the 2nd, and the 9th. 4 moons, 4 Sabbaths. So the new moons are blue, by the way, okay? Now, let's go again. I'm going to talk about the new moons first and the Sabbaths. So now, on March, the new moon is on the Sabbath, on the 10th. Then the 7th day rest is the 17th, the 24th, the 31st. And then the 7th. And you see right away, it's a new moon. So that's in April. In April is 8, 15, 22, 29, and then 6. The month of May, the moon between the 6th, 7th, and 8th has a very small percentage change. So it's a elongated, so to speak, new reset. However, the new moon falls officially on the 3rd. That is the best calculation. Now, again, we are estimating at that time. It's best to look at the calculation as to where we are, because it could be either on the 7th or 8th. Then, this is the problem with people. They don't want to do the job. The men of the house, this is your job. If you can't watch over your flock, your children, your wife, and let her know these are the coordinates, these are the actual schedule, then everybody's blind. Now, May the 8th, Wednesday, so-called, 15, 22, 29. June, you see the 5 again? It follows right after. So the 6th, the 13th, the 20, and the 27th. In July, that's a Sabbath, or so-called rest day, and then it's elongated new moon again. But it resets, and it's Saturday, the 6th, the 13th, the 20th, and the 27th. Now, as you can see, wait a minute, July. There it goes, the 27th. Wait, hold on a second. Did I do something wrong? Yes, I'm sorry. I should have marked this right here. Let me mark this real quick. So the August, I'm sorry, July 13th, 2027, and the 3rd, and then right after the new moon on the 4th or Sunday, then 11, 18, 25, and then Sunday again. September is a elongated one, but it resets on the 3rd. Then it's 10, 17, 24. October, again on the 1st, it's also the 7th day. Remember, 4 moons or 4 Sabbaths, and then it resets again on the 2nd. 9, 16, 23, 30. long again on the 31st and the 1st, between the 31st and the 1st, it's a 1%, 2%, 3% difference of the moon. So it resets technically on Friday. Then you have 8, 15, 22, 29. Now, I put blue on the 1st or the 30th because, again, it's one of those months where it's elongated one, so it resets again, but it's based on time now, it should be on the 1st. 8, 15, 22, 29. So on and so forth. As you can see, 4, 4, 4. There's always 4 Sabbaths between every new moon. Check this out. January has 31 days. That's 1 extra day. March is 1 extra day. April, May is 1 extra day. July is 1 extra day. August is 1 extra day. So so far, that's 5. September, no. October, 1 extra day. December, 1 extra day. That's 7. Every 4 years, you're going to have to consider the 7th. So now, why are we having a Passover on April? Some of you would think, well, we should be on March. No, because it's a leap year. So in this case, Passover falls on the 22nd through the 29th with the 8th-day Sabbath, if you remember that. Now, on Passover is the 22nd to the 23rd. Then you have unleavened bread all week for 6 days. And then the 7th day is technically the Sabbath, or the rest day again. Now, those people that say, well, it's based on the full moon, well, you celebrate. Look, I'll give you an example. There's 48 weeks in this year, okay? But if you add them, it's 52 now at this point. So now you're 13 months in. You have to trust this, in a sense, you have to trust the Most High that He has this all coordinated. So if you don't know when the new moon is, you will be off on every single 7th-day rest. And if you're too lazy to do it, then stick to Friday and Saturday and be accursed. Day of Atonement. Because again, I'll show you next year there is no leap year. So next year, Passover is going to be around March. Let me see. Hold on. Let me check. Let me see if I'm mistaken. Passover estimated would be around the 11th. Now, let's continue here. The Day of Atonement. Because I'll give you an example. Last year, Passover was on the 20. It says here an estimated I believe it's on the 4th April. But last year there was no leap year. There was 28 days in February. Keep that in mind. So if you look at the leap years before, 4 prior, 4 now, and 4 ahead, you'll see that there is a second Adar. If you look it up, you'll find out. This is the first Adar this year, March, so-called Adars, that's what they call it, or reset. And then the first Adar, and then the second Adar, so it's April. Now, just to let you know that spring technically is considered about, or equinox is around this time here. But that's not my concern. My concern is when are the new moons so I can follow the rest, the 7th day as best as I can. Okay? No, we can always go back to this. But now let me talk about the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement falls on the 12th and the 13th. That's where you don't eat nothing and you're fasting once 100%. Now between the 17th and the 23rd is tabernacle. But it's 23rd because it's the 8th-day celebration as well at the end. Now, those are the main ones that I wanted to talk about. So now let's real quickly read, and then I think we should be, unless you guys have any questions, I think we should be pretty clear. It's not complicated. Look, the Passover, Leviticus 23 and 4. These are the feasts of the Lord, even the whole. Here, let me do it. Passover. These are the feasts of Yahoo, even holy assemblies, which ye shall proclaim in your appointed times. In the 14th day of the first month at evening is Yahoo Pikah. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah or Masa. You see that? Matzah? Hello? Oh. Come on, shoot it, man. 7 days must ye eat. 7 days. You see? So we have that here. On the first month, right? Because it's a leap year. It would have been in March, but if you go by March, then next year you're gonna fall in March again, and you're gonna be slipping. You'll end up either going back or forward. This is the problem with people. I believe, just my opinion, that some of y'all are just too lazy. Because it does require some attention to detail. It does require some focus, and it requires some time. All right. So again, Passover, Leviticus 23, 1 through 6. You can find that. Okay. Again, Leviticus 23, 4 through 7. Now let's go to Exodus 13 real quick. Exodus 13, verse 3, it says, and Meshiacha said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out of Misraim, out of the house of bondage, for by the strength of hand of Yahoo brought you out from this place. There shall no camet be eaten. I don't know what that is. You know what? Oh, there shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out of the month of Abib. Do you remember I was telling you about the months? Now how they are calculated. Let me see if I actually save it. Here it goes right there. I wrote it down. Give me a second. These other names I gave you is not necessarily, it's not Hebrew, okay? So Abib is the year of the corn, right? The year of the corn, Nisan, right? So that's the first month of, that's the first day of the, that's the first month of the year. So just remember that. It's Abib. So you have unleavened bread, right? You have unleavened bread. The 12th and the 13th. That's what you don't eat nothing, and you're fasting once 100%. Now between the 17th and the 23rd is tabernacle, but it's 23rd because it's the 8th-day celebration as well at the end. Now those are the main ones that I wanted to talk about. So now let's real quickly read, and then I think we should be, unless you guys have any questions, I think we should be pretty clear. It's not complicated. Look, the Passover, Leviticus 23 and 4. These are the feasts of the Lord, even the whole. Here, let me do it. Passover. These are the feasts of Yahoo, even holy assemblies, which ye shall proclaim in your appointed times. In the 14th day of the first month at evening is Yahoo Pikah. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah or Masa. You see that? Matzah? Hello? Oh. Come on, shoot it, man. 7 days must ye eat. 7 days. You see? So we have that here. On the first month, right? Because a leap year, it would have been in March. But if you go by March, then next year you're gonna fall in April, in March again, and you're gonna be slipping. You'll end up either going back or forward. This is the problem with people. I believe, just my opinion, that some of y'all are just too lazy. Because it does require some attention to detail. It does require some focus, and it requires some time. All right. So again, Passover, Leviticus 23, 1 through 6. You can find that. Okay. Again, Leviticus 23, 4 through 7. Now let's go to Exodus 13 real quick. Exodus 13, verse 3, it says, And Meshiacha said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out of Misraim, out of the house of bondage, for by the strength of hand of Yahoo brought you out from this place. There shall no camet be eaten. I don't know what that is. You know what? Oh, there shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out of the month of Abib. Do you remember I was telling you about the months? Now how they are calculated. Let me see if I actually save it. Here it goes right there. I wrote it down. Give me a second. These other names I gave you is not necessarily, it's not Hebrew, okay? So Abib is the year of the corn, right? The year of the corn, Nisan, right? So that's the first month of, that's the first day of the, that's the first month of the year. So just remember that. It's Abib. So you have unleavened bread, right? You have unleavened bread and Passover. This is the first month of the year. Okay. You can find that in Exodus 13 and 3 and Exodus 13 and 4. Now, Leviticus 23 and 26. You guys wanted laws, so I'm giving you laws, man. Take notes. Day of Atonement. Verse 27. Also on the 10th day of the 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. So again, if the new moon is on the 2nd, the 10th is the 12th. And if the Feast of Booths or Feast of Tabernacles, it's in the same chapter. Go to verse 33. Speaking of the children of Israel, saying, In the 15th day of the 7th month, ye shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto the Lord. See, 15 days. So that's 1, 7, 14, 15. 7 days, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now it says here, and I might have done it, I might have calculated it wrong. Forgive me. It's that 7 days to the offer an offering made unto the fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be a holy convocation. So you see that? 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it runs all the way to the 24th, my family. My bad. And this is what we fell for. Instead, Cinco de Mayo, New Year's Day, Martin Luther King, Valentine's, President's Day, St. Patrick's, Easter Sunday. Remember, take heed. Take heed. What was the simple one, man? I gave y'all a very simple one. People use this all the time. Colossians 2 and 8, it reads, Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Meshiach. Anyways, so yeah, this is that's, I mean, in a nutshell, family. This is kind of what you're looking at. Unfortunately, that's just the sad part, man. And it's our job to get it together, because you know what, we don't really have a lot of time. I don't try to say we don't have a lot of time, but I don't know, man. To be honest, with the stuff I'm seeing, I'm hella scared. Now, look, my wife had this dream, and I don't believe in dreams and stuff, but she's like, I had this dream, and I kind of like a vision dream. You know what I mean? Like, she goes, because I talk about being rooted and, breaking them clods, like Hosea 10, right? Getting rid of all that fallow ground, man. Reap mercy, like actually plant the seed properly. Make sure you're the righteous seed. So you got to break all that ground, all that dirt. Get rid of all the old ways. Be a new creature, a new wine bottle, a new cloth, all of that concept. So if you're not rooted, you know what I mean? Like, then then you could easily be taken, right? But she goes, I thought about it in a different way, because if you are well rooted, what if he's, and you know how you say we're like trees? What if he just comes by and just plucks you, like, hey? And if you're rooted, you're gonna hang on. She's like, I hate to be stuck back behind. Like, man, it's scary. So I'll leave you with this one. In Enoch 60, it says, in those days I beheld long robes given to those angels, who took to their wings and fled, advancing towards the north. And I inquired of the angel, saying, wherefore have they taken those long ropes and gone forth? He said, they are gone forth to measure. The angel who proceed with me said, the angel who proceed with me said, there are the measures of the righteous. The cords shall the righteous bring, that they may trust in the name of Yahweh of spirits forever and ever. And the elect shall begin to dwell with the elect. Man, that's beautiful, man. You know what's scary, though? This is what's scary, because I thought about this movie. You don't think, family, these people watch these movies? I mean, you don't think these people know about these books, man? That stuff is scary. It's scary. Now, in this case, it says, these are the measures. The angels who proceeded with me said, these are the measures of the righteous. The measures of the righteous. You mean, depending on, are you gonna hang on, bro? Are you righteous enough to hang on? Is he giving you a cord for you can actually, like, make it? The cord shall be the righteous to bring. The cord shall the righteous bring, that they may trust in the name of Yahweh, or spirits forever and ever. If you ain't scared, if that don't scare you, I don't know, man. Anyhow, that's all I got, family. Hope.
Hey, check this out real quick. It's technically, I'm gonna let this play. It's technically almost done, but I wanted to show you brothers here real quick. This class has a lot of views, and it's got about 1.4 views so far. It was more than a year ago. I know a lot of you brothers, well, a lot of us deal with it. Some of you guys deal with it on a very stressful level. So I thought it'd be good to take advantage of that now, since hopefully you guys took notes on those the holy days or high holy days as best as you can. And I always say confirm what I share. Don't take my word for it 100%. Confirm everything.
just like myself, I need a second witness too. Anyhow, let me check this out. There was a sound issue going on here in the beginning. All right, hold on. And then I'm gonna add to it either during or after, one of the two.
So with all that said,
Hold on.
anyhow, I'm gonna start class. So let me.
My thought was to do this class, but I figured I might as well take advantage of it. It's raining here anyhow, so you know, why not? You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you brothers get some edification out of this if you haven't seen this class. All right, you that are new to this, take full advantage of this. Okay, again, this is a year and a half ago, more likely. You know, with YouTube, it doesn't tell you the month; it just tells you the year. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right. So you'll hear some things that I said in the past before. No big issue, but just keep that in mind. All right. Let's go.
Let me go ahead and read this real quick. It says this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has always and will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of U.S. copyright law. Okay. So with all that said, let me go ahead and go to the scripture real quick. We're going to read 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 2, and it says, feed the flock of God, which is among you. Feed them with what? With the scriptures. Feed them with hope, with understanding, with the good news. Feed them with who they are according to the Bible. You Hispanics, you Native Indians. You guys are the real Israelites of the Bible, okay? I'm sure other people have told you otherwise, and you probably wonder why there's so many of so-called Hebrews that are claiming that we're not. Or that say that, well, we are them, but we technically don't look like our original way. Feed the flock of God, which is among you, taking oversight thereof, not by constraint, meaning not by with resistance, but willingly. Willingly. Not for filthy lucre, but ready of mind. And by the way, brothers, the reason I'm doing this class in the afternoons instead of the mornings, because I said I was going to do them in the morning, okay? The reason I'm doing it in the afternoon is because, again, I'm learning about YouTube, and it seems like a lot more people are responsive at night or in the evening than in the morning. And quite frankly, it was more of my convenience because I thought, oh, well, it'd be best for me. But you know what? It's not about me. I'm not here to serve myself. That's not what I'm here for. You know, I'm here to serve y'all. And how do I do that? By, going through the scriptures. Not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind. That's the point. Okay? The class is called Porn, the Mental Assassin. I know I put porn, destruction of a mind, but quite frankly, I think that porn, the mental assassin makes more sense. All right, so let's begin. I'm going to start off with a video. Hopefully they don't, if they need to start blocking me, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually switch back and forth with it. But I want y'all to realize how deep this is. Okay? Watch this.
Our brain requires a great deal of energy to operate, particularly when we have to concentrate and think about something. Problem solving or making a decision not only uses more brain energy, it also can be a slow process. So our brain seeks to conserve energy by developing efficient ways of operating. One way it does this is through conscious and subconscious processing. Our brain seeks to automate much of what we do.
Pay attention when it says the conscience, it's some subconsciousness. Let me rewind it, okay? Because I want to make sure that you understand what it is that I'm trying to show y'all. All right. When it talks about I'm really trying to make sure that we understand how far this porn thing can get to in your mind. Okay. We're going to go deep in this. It's called I guess, deep basics so we can understand what's going on. All right. Here we go.
Our brain requires a great deal of energy to operate, particularly when we have to concentrate and think about something. Problem solving or making a decision not only uses more brain energy, it also can be a slow process. So our brain seeks to conserve energy by developing efficient ways of operating. One way it does this is through conscious and subconscious processing. Our brain seeks to automate much of what we do to save us time and brain energy. These are our brain's subconscious processes. They take care of our basic life functioning, our fight or flight response, and our learned behaviors and habits. We don't really think about these things, they just happen on autopilot or have become second nature. In fact, up to 95% of all our behaviors and reactions happen at the subconscious level. Our subconscious is also involved in the recording and storing of our experiences and knowledge, forming our memories. These are stored in our brain like photos in a picture album, which we can refer back to later. The way we think and feel about these experiences forms a frame around the photo. This is how we give people, objects, or events meaning. Over time, this is how our attitudes develop. For the most part, our subconscious processes help us navigate the world efficiently. Yet sometimes we might develop unhelpful habits or attitudes that prevent us from achieving our goals. This is where more conscious thinking can benefit us. Our conscious processing involves our higher thinking capacity, where we can be more mindful and considered in what we think, feel, and do. We can use conscious thinking to reprogram our subconscious and change our thoughts, attitudes, and habits.
And that's important to understand because, for example, your conscious, there is a difference, and the Bible talks about this, the conscious and the subconscious mind. The consciousness is basically what you're aware of. Like, for example, I know I'm talking into this mic. Like, I understand those things, right? I know what I'm talking about. It's like kind of like a computer, remote access. They call it RAM. So it's like remote access memory, right? All of that stuff. Then there's that subconscious where it's like the style that I speak in, right? Like, I move my hands when I speak. So where did I learn that from? So all of those things are habitual. And they get deeply seated into your subconscious mind, okay? Keep that in mind. We're going somewhere with this. You know me, man. You know my style, brothers and sisters. I always make my point across. Just walk with me, please. And by the way, brother, sister, I appreciate whoever's on. I did start at I said 3:20, but I didn't realize that the my sound wasn't clear, so I might have gone like 6 minutes talking. So you didn't really miss anything. I literally just started the class, all right? The topic is called, well, I mean, I named it different, but I really wanted to name it porn, the mental assassin. Okay, so we're gonna go deep diving into this understanding. Okay, so let's continue. I'm almost done on this video.
While thinking consciously takes more energy, it is how we take greater control of our brain and achieve our goals.
So if you have a chance, rewind it, right? In regards to what this means, it's a short video, just giving us an understanding of like what conscious and subconscious means, all right? So let me go to 2nd Ezra first of all. 2nd Ezra chapter 16, verse 54. Watch what it reads, okay? It says, "Behold, the Lord knoweth all the works of men, their imaginations, their thoughts, and their heart," meaning their mind. So the thoughts are what? And what is the mind? Why is that different? Right? There's thoughts and then their mind. Well, we know that the mind develops thoughts. So then why are they separate? Okay? It's just kind of, I'm trying to plant a seed in you guys. All right? So let's see. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 17. Watch what it reads. It says, For he hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know. Here, let me read verse 1. I myself also am mortal man, like to all, and the offspring of him that was first made of the earth. Okay? And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compact in blood of the seed of man, and the pleasures that came with sleep. When I was born, I drew in the common air and fell upon the earth. So we're looking into like, okay, so let me just go back so I can show y'all something. Because this right here, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Solomon, but I'm not seeing it. So let me continue with the actual point. Because Solomon, and I was looking for it in Proverbs, I believe,
But Solomon understands this. Watch this. For he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know the world, to know how the world was made, the operations of the elements, meaning there's a list here, the beginning, the ending, and the midst of the time, the alterations of the turning of the sun and the changing of seasons, the circuits of the years, and the positions of the stars. This is Solomon. And the nature of the living creatures, meaning the animals, and the furies of wild beasts, and the violence of winds, and the reasoning of men. The reasoning, the diversities of plants, and the virtues of roots, and all such things are either secret or manifest. Them I know. Meaning there's thoughts in your mind that are secretive. That's in your subconscious. It's like a permanent memory. That's why you can always reflect on it. Which is why he said you can change your subconscious, but you got to be mindful of what your consciousness is aware of. You understand? So the Bible, it talks about this. This is nothing new. This is nothing new, guys. The Bible is literally wisdom to the fullest. And all such things are either secret or manifest. Them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. For in her is an understanding spirit holy. You see, that's why the Most High sees wisdom as a female, because you are supposed to, for example, like a child, you're supposed to really care for this. Wisdom is special. You don't just let it drop. You don't mishandle it. It's like you always open the door. You're a gentleman to this wisdom. Or in this case, and my apologies, sisters, it's just that's how it's pronouncing it, okay? So just bear with me here. It's talking to y'all too, all right? For her is the understanding spirit holy, the one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, okay? Meaning no porn, plain, not subject to hurt, your spirit, loving the things that are good, quick, meaning not sinning, hating even the garment of that possibility of sinning, which cannot be ready to do good, kind to man, steadfast, sure, free from care. As you can see, there is a difference. All right, so now I'm going to show y'all something. Now we're going to talk about dopamines, okay? So all of this matters, all right? So now a quick explanation of what dopamines are.
What does this mean? Dopamine is a neurotransmitter in our brains. It's often known as the pleasure chemical, but it doesn't actually create pleasure. It helps our brain connect the reward we get out of doing an activity, the pleasure we feel, with the activity itself. And it does a lot of other things too. Dopamine also helps with cognitive and emotion regulation, movement, pain processing, even sleep. As you probably know, ADHD brains and dopamine have a complicated relationship, partly because ADHD brains process dopamine differently. We tend to have lower baseline levels of dopamine floating around in our brain. That dopamine doesn't always make it to our dopamine receptors on time, and our reward system doesn't activate in anticipation of a future reward in the same way that neurotypical brains do, which is why we might be more susceptible to more immediate forms of dopamine, and why ADHD is typically treated with stimulant medication to increase those levels. For more about...
You see what she said? They use medication to increase those levels, meaning those receptors, right, in your brain, in order for you to experience the dopamine feeling. Okay, so now let's go to the video. Now we're gonna start the actual class here, because now we're gonna get the point as to why this is so bad to your spirit, your mind, and your flesh. All right, this is from neuroscientists. The habits destroy man brain. Watch this. Again, if they try to like tell me that this is copywritten, what I'll do is I'll move it back and forth, okay?
To take care. And certainly the great.
Here it goes.
It should become obvious why things like pornography, not just the accessibility of pornography, but the intensity of pornography can negatively shape real world romantic and sexual interactions. This is a serious concern. The discussion is happening now. The underlying neurobiological mechanisms you now understand. And this isn't to pass judgment on whether or not people like or don't like pornography. That's an ethical discussion. And it's a moral discussion that has to be decided for each individual by virtue of age, etc.
So before we let that go, let's go ahead and read the scripture real quick, because no, that's not how it works. Okay. Now I'm using this guy because of what he's actually saying, because there's a lot of science behind this. Okay. So now look at this real quick. Romans 1 verse 26. And it reads, let's just get to the point. For this cause God gave them up to vile affection. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the women, burn in their lust one towards another, man with man, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. Listen, I'm saying this because porn is progressive. Eventually, you get to those neurons that are not being receptive, that are not working, and they need more dopamine. They're going to have to find more intense porn. Watch this real quick so you can see. All right?
But again, any activity that evokes a lot of dopamine release will make it harder to achieve the same level, and certainly the greater level of dopamine through a subsequent interaction. So yes, indeed, many people are addicted to pornography. And yes, indeed, many people who regularly indulge in pornography experience challenges in real world romantic interactions.
It's called promiscuousness. And you see in this world, right? Because we're dealing with principalities. That is what they're trying to teach us. The more separation, the less connection between us people, us brothers and sisters, the better it is for them. This is how, in a mental aspect, they divide and conquer by entertaining you with sin. Obviously, for us, particularly, that sin keeps you dead, in a state of deadness. You understand what I mean? Follow me, Pierre. Please stay with me, guys. Here it goes.
Fortunately, most people do not experience or pursue enormous increases in dopamine, leading to these severe drops in baseline. Many people do, however, and that's what we call addiction. When somebody pursues a drug or an activity that leads to huge increases in dopamine, and now you understand that afterward the baseline of dopamine drops because of depletion of dopamine, the readily releasable pool, the dopamine is literally not around to be released, and so people feel pretty lousy. And many people make the mistake of then going and pursuing the dopamine evoking, the dopamine releasing activity or substance again.
And when you attach it to porn, then the only way that satisfaction comes to you is by watching porn. And then eventually it gets even more intense. But this is Proverbs chapter 6. Watch this real quick. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 24. And it reads, to keep thee from evil. Verse 23. It says, for the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and the reproof of instructions are the way of life. Why? To keep thee from evil women. This is also doctrine, but in this case, we're talking about evil women. We're talking about you men, okay? To keep thee from evil women. Which ones? That are in porn sites, showing their behinds, showing their breasts. Trust me, guys, I've dealt with it. From the flattery of tongue of a strange woman. Remember, with alcoholism also comes that, because it's real easy. Lust not after her beauty in thy mind, in thy heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. For by means of a whorish woman, a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulterousness will hunt for the precious life. You see that? Precious souls, because that particular person is carried with legions. Can a man take fire in his bosom and his clothes not be burned? Man, no. You will be burned. You will be burned. Okay? So keep that in mind. Let's go to now Ezekiel. Matter of fact, let's continue watching and we'll go through it.
Thinking mistakenly that it's going to bring up their baseline. It's going to give them that peak again. Not only does it not give them a peak, their baseline gets lower and lower because they're depleting dopamine more and more and more. And we've seen this over and over again. When people get addicted to something, then they're not achieving much pleasure at all. You even see this with video games. People will play a video game, they love it. It's super exciting to them. And then they'll keep playing and playing and playing. And either one of two things happens, typically both. First of all, I always say addiction is a progressive narrowing of the things that bring you pleasure. So oftentimes what will happen is the person only has excitement and can achieve dopamine release to the same extent doing that behavior and not other behaviors. And so they start losing interest in school. They start losing interest in relationships.
You see what happens? So in this case, they start losing interest when it comes to porn, and that's the only way. You start losing interest in the actual process of the relationship. You just want to get from home to first base to third to home again. For lack of better words, that's basically what you're doing. It's getting to that level of progressiveness where you don't feel the satisfaction anymore with just standard porn. Now it's going to be even more. Everybody has, like we say it in Spanish, un lado flaco. And it just depends on where that spirit is going to take you. Because if you have some wickedness in you, that's going to take you. It's going to take you there. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 30. Hold on a second here. 20 verse 30, it says, wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers? And commit ye whoredom after their abominations? Like, I mean, seriously, that's a question that we should be asking each other. Because you know what? There's a problem with the churches. They're not teaching us any of this. Matthew 5, chapter 5, verse 27. Listen to this, guys. It says, ye have heard that it was said by them of the old time. This is your Messiah. Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, remember this one. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her had committed adultery with her already in his heart, in his mind. In his mind. That's what it's actually saying. Okay? So you guys need to be mindful what this means. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Watch this. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as all the churches of the saints. Why would the Most High allow us or send people, right, the church, and say, God loves the sinner, but he hates the sin? Go ahead and sin. You know, the laws are done away with. We can't keep them all. We can't keep them all. So what happens? God loves the sinner, meaning that you can go ahead and do porn. Hey, he'll forgive you as long as you believe in him. Just have faith, brother. Just have faith and he'll forgive you. That's what we're being told. Just have faith and you'll be all right. For God is not the author of confusion. So why are they saying this to us? 1 Corinthians 11:13, it says, judge in your, what is it? Is this which one? No, it's 1 Corinthians 11:13. Give me a second. Why did I mark this down for such prospects? Give me a moment real quick. Apparently, I did it again. 2 Corinthians 11:13. That's what it was. 2 Corinthians 11:13. For such are false prophets. Apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into the angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing that if his ministers also be transformed as ministers of righteousness. Yeah, bro. God loves the sinner, not the sin. So just don't sin, man. If you have porn, okay, fine. Just ask God for forgiveness, and you'll be fine. And you just keep doing it over and over again, right? But you're not paying attention to the effects of it to the mind, whose end shall be according to their works. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 15. Watch this real quick. It says, the simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his going. See that, guys? You got to be mindful how porn sincerely affects you spiritually, but it starts with your mind. It starts destroying your mind. Then you start really, it goes sin upon sin. You're literally laying sin upon sin. Proverbs 21:16, it says, and a man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. That's exactly what's going on, guys. Let's continue.
They start losing interest in fitness and well-being and depletes their life. And eventually what typically happens is they will stop getting dopamine release from that activity as well. And then they drop into a pretty serious depression. And this can get very severe, and people have committed suicide from these sorts of patterns of activity. But what about the more typical scenario? What about the scenario of somebody who is really good at working during the week, they exercise during the week, they drink on the weekends? Well, that person is only consuming alcohol maybe 1 or 2 nights a week, but oftentimes that same person will be spiking their dopamine with food during the middle of the week. Now, we all have to eat, and it's nice to eat foods that we enjoy. I certainly do that. I love food, in fact. But let's say they're eating foods that really evoke a lot of dopamine release in the middle of the week. They're drinking 1 or 2 days on the weekend. They are one of these work hard, play hard types. So they're swimming a couple miles in the ocean in the middle of the week as well. They're going out dancing once on the weekend. Sounds like a pretty balanced life as I describe it. Well, here's the problem. The problem is that dopamine is not just evoked by one of these activities. Dopamine is evoked by all of these activities. And dopamine is one currency of craving, motivation, and desire and pleasure. There's only one currency. So even though if you look at the activities, you'd say, well, it's just on the weekends, or this thing is only a couple times a week. If you looked at makes sense why this person, after several years of work hard, play hard, would say, yeah, I'm feeling kind of burnt out. I'm just not feeling like I have the same energy that I did a few years ago. And of course, there are age-related reasons why people can experience drops in energy. But oftentimes what's happening is not some sort of depletion in cellular metabolism that's related to aging. What's happening is they're spiking their dopamine through so many different activities throughout the week that their baseline is progressively dropping. And in this case, it can be very subtle. It can be very, very subtle. And that's actually a very sinister function of dopamine.
A very sinister function of dopamine. Sinister. Okay? Now, when you hear that word, that's nothing to take lightly. That's nothing to take lightly, guys. I'm looking for Sirach. Or am I looking for Isaiah? No, it's Isaiah. Isaiah 29:13. Watch what it reads. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among these people. No, that's 13. That's 14. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near to me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. God loves the sinner, not the sin. So if you're watching porn, son, it's just have faith that Christ will help you. Never does he tell them that what Matthew 5 says. This is a crazy illness, guys. Crazy spirit here you guys got.
We could say, which is that it can often drop in imperceptible ways, but then once it reaches a threshold of low dopamine, we just feel like, we can't really get pleasure from anything anymore. What used to work doesn't work anymore. So it starts to look a lot like the more severe addictions or the more acute addictions to things like cocaine and amphetamine, which lead to these big increases, these big spikes in dopamine, and then these very severe drops in the baseline. Now, of course, we all should engage in activities that we enjoy. I certainly do. Everybody should. A huge part of life is pursuing activities and things that we enjoy. The key thing is to understand this relationship between the peaks and the baseline, and to understand how they influence one another. Because once you do that, you can start to make really good choices in the short run and in the long run to maintain your level of dopamine baseline, maybe even raise that level of dopamine baseline, and still get those peaks and still achieve those feelings of elevated motivation.
Hey guys, forget the whole feeling of motivation, man. The fact that, you know,
And elevated desire.
You could be destroyed if you don't stop this. You know, if you really think about like how the mind works and how the sin works and how it attacks us, this is exactly what Paul was talking about the entire time. We're not going to go to him. 1 John 2:4. But let's just keep it simple, guys. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him. Don't we hear the same people that are dealing with pornography? They're pastors, they're priests, they're pedophiles, child porn. Like, come on, man. You don't think that's making it worse? You're already dealing with a spirit, and you go and watch those things? You married men that are doing that, guess what? I was one of them. I was committing adultery. Now I got to pay for that. So do you guys. En esta vida se paga todo, hermanos. So if you guys are serious about this, if you guys are serious about the Most High, if you're serious about like making sure that you keep yourself away, John 14 verse 15 says, if you love me, keep my commandments. This is no prosperity doctrine, fellas. This is you examining yourselves and saying, you know what, man, I'm dealing with that spirit. I better do something about it. You see, I don't deal with it as intense as other brothers, so you guys got to examine yourselves to see the depthness of it, because it's pretty heavy. It's a heavy spirit that y'all are dealing with. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 9. Watch what it reads. It says, for the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God. They're both alike. God hates this. So it's a lie. Then when they say that God loves the sinner and hates the sin. I thought I wrote it down. It's in Ezra's. Hate sinner. Yeah, Sirach 21:6. I thought I did it backwards. That's why I was like, what? It was 12:6. No. Sirach 21:6. All right. Sirach 21:6. Watch what it reads. Is it? For the Most High. 21:6. Sirach 21:6. No. Ecclesiasticus 21:6. He that hateth to prove the sinner away. This is really awkward. I got Sirach 21:6 here. It says, he that. Hold on. Maybe it's incorrect, man. Oh my God. It's one of those days again. Give me a second, fellas. Give me a second, fam. Sirach 12:6. I guess it was right. For the Most High hated sinners. For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keep them against the mighty day, of their punishment. Look at this. This is what we're dealing with, guys. Watch this. And you know, again, it's tempting. Don't get me wrong.
If you're an
I understand, man. Women are beautiful. Of course, I get it. But you're dealing with fire. You're dealing with fire, and you're going to get destroyed. Give me a second. Let me get to the 8:29. All right, watch this.
Around the spirits of destructive trauma.
Answering some of my comments. I never look for clients, they find me. I don't feel bad. A lot of people in the comments want me to feel guilty, but I don't. And I'm not going to pretend I do for your comfort. This is a job to me, a choice I've made. Walking around feeling guilty about it is not going to serve me. We as a collective need to stop blaming women for men's choices, especially women. It starts and stops with a man. Men make decisions and then we find reasons as to why it's not their fault and it's the environment around them. These are grown men. They can make a decision. I like my job.
Wait, hold up.
Really bad, but those are some of the things that are going on that we're teaching our children as if it was fun.
Just as I said earlier in the
No, there's no we here, okay? There's no we here, guys. You guys are. There's no we here because we're not teaching this.
clip, this is trauma right here, and we're seeing it play out live in 4K HD right in front of our eyes. But I'll be damned if I continue to allow mouthpieces like this to continue to.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what? Hey, only God could judge me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna front. Like, I'm gonna keep it blood raw. Like, bitch, probably two bands, 2,000 bitch sexual partners. Absolutely. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what? Hey, only God could judge me. I don't give a.
I hear that. And that's what I was talking about regarding the dopamine aspect of it. Now, I don't know if this sister is our sister. She may be, she may not be. So if it's not our sister, then go ahead and do your thing, but not necessarily. Because by having influence that way, you're destroying the rest of our people, right? So there's two ways to look at it. Like, they're not the nation, but at the same time, we can't have that. Now, if it's our sister, then guess what? You need to understand the actual effect of dopamine in your mind. The moment, that's why we are not supposed to let our daughters date. Because the moment they start dating, they're going to hold hands. They're going to get triggered. They're going to be tempted. Okay? They're going to be touched. Then guess what? They're going to start having, kissing, hugging, then all of a sudden sex. And let's say that guy doesn't even care for her, or vice versa. Then they didn't work out. Another one, didn't work out. Another one. Now you're like 4 or 5 counts trying to find your love. And next thing you know, you don't realize that instead of learning how to court someone, which in this society, they don't even know how to do that. You ended up what? Getting drugged off the sex. And that's where the destruction comes.
Only God can judge me. My truth. 2,000 people, 2,000 bodies. I don't even want to know 2,000 people. She has literally got her cheeks demolished.
Hey, I'm not going to disagree with this guy. I don't even want to know 2,000 people, man. That's a lot. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I don't, but it's just, it makes a lot of sense, man. 2,000 men this woman slept with. But you know what? The other video I'm going to show y'all, which I've showed, it's even worse because she's probably done more.
By an entire community college. Let's just do the math real quick. 2,000 bodies. She's early 30s is what she looks like in the face. From 12 years old to early 30s, that's 20 years, 2,000 bodies. It's like 100 bodies a year. That's like 9-ish bodies a month. Since 12.
He's right. I did the numbers. It's about 9 to 8 a day. About 9 to 8 a day, okay? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Gosh, man, that's a lot. Oh, God. Oh, excuse me. I didn't really think about it until now.
And what's crazy is that's on the low end because she said at least 2,000. She didn't say at most 2,000. For all the women out there that rocks this purple hair bullshit. And matter of fact, let's just go to the red because I know red is popular today and I'll be getting on y'all as well. This is your leader. This is what I call blind leading the blind. Lost souls being given a microphone to speak, to rap, to sing, to be semblances of our culture.
Let me read you this. Wisdom of Solomon 14:9. For the ungodly and his or her ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God.
But meanwhile, really, they're just shiny, bust-down ornaments. But y'all treat them like gods in our community and have the audacity to allow young children to listen to whatever to keep children from premature sexual arousal.
Here's the point. I missed it. My bad.
Need to do is revolt against bullshit like this. Even Sister Shahrazad Ali began to talk about this, and it's one of the most difficult things that we can do in society today, especially when all of the young people have access to all of the forms of technology, is what they do, is to keep children from premature sexual arousal.
What did I just say? Why? That's why the law says you shouldn't. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. This is the reason why. Leviticus 19:29. Watch what it says, guys. This is why we're not supposed to let our daughters or sons date. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom. Prostituting means what? Allowing her to have multiple boyfriends, because like he said it. Let me repeat it again.
The most difficult.
One of the most difficult things that we can do in society today, especially when all of the young people have access to all of the forms of technology, is what they do, is to keep children from premature sexual arousal.
The most difficult thing, now hear this, because this is serious. The most difficult job we have is to protect our children from premature sexual arousal. Okay? Because the society is so swamped with sexual innuendo, sexual
Porn. That's what it means.
suggestion, sexual pictures, activities, and they even have our little girls. I'm talking about 3 and 4 and 5 years old, gyrating, doing pelvic thrusts, doing all of this stuff on that claiming it's dancing, like that little vulgar song by Cardi B.
I
want to put it on a person. I don't give a shit.
People are on there with their children. The little girls have memorized that. They singing it. They dancing to it. They doing gyrations like adults in strip clubs. They are making faces like adults, women. This is not.
Hey, listen. Do you know what she said? Making faces like adults. That's a spirit. I remember one time I was having an issue with my wife's daughter-in-law, and I had to, talk to her about it, right? She admitted what she was doing wrong. The grandma disliked it so much that you could see her face change, like just the spirit jumped on her. And I'm telling you, man, there's a spiritual war, guys, and you're teaching your children these things. They see everything that we do. When you're watching this, they're watching it too. I saw my daughter catch it, and I said, whoa. And she's only 1 year and 8 months. I said, nope, not doing it.
Not good. It's really bad, but those are some of the things that are going on that we're teaching our children as if it was fun.
Just as I said earlier in the clip, this is trauma right here, and we're seeing it play out live in 4K HD.
2,000. That's not even enough. Watch this. I mean that. Watch this real quick. I think it's this one, I believe. Hold on, let me see which one is it. Oh, they're both the same. Watch this.
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
717 in 1 year. That's about 8 people every day. Every day, 365 days of the year. Okay?
What's your body count? Are you gonna post this on TikTok? No, probably not. 74? 74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
And I make it 34 in 12, I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number by 3, and that's the real number here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
It.
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch
But y'all see how casual that is? Did you guys just, I mean, just overall, how casual conversations are becoming? Promiscuousness is literally the relationship now. People are not dating to get married, to get old, to have children. They're just in the flesh for pleasure. Instant gratification. Dopamine is high and attached to porn.
On each other like that.
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope. That's
No,
dope.
2. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys, she's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
How old are you?
I'm not going to tell you.
This is what we're surrounded by. This is exactly what our children see every single day. This is what they're facing. This is what their challenges are going to be. If we don't teach them the law, statutes, and commandments, they are going to be fighting and are going to fall. Because this spirit is for failure. If you older men and women are being affected by the spirit, imagine what it's going to do to our children. You don't think it's already trying to be it? And think about this. Pornography is opening up the door to pedophilia. I've said it before and I'll say it again. They're going to legalize pedophilia. Proverbs 21:16. I got to read it again, guys. We got to teach our children. 21:16, it reads, the man that wandereth out of the way of understanding, the woman as well, shall remain in the congregation of the dead. Why? Because sin upon sin upon sin. You might as well even count yourself out. If you are not battling this, if you're battling this and you're not examining yourself and exercising the scriptures in order for you to deal with this, you might as well consider yourself dead. And I don't mean it on a spiritual level. Because you have a grace period right now. Okay? I'm almost done. Let's get to it real quick. 1 John, and I'm going to just kind of refresh on these scriptures. 1 John 2:4, it says, he that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So if you're in this truth, and you're dealing with this, and you say you know him, and you go around teaching, you're a liar. And the truth is not in you. It's very simple, guys. Very simple. The Messiah said this too. John 14:15. It says, if you love me, keep my commandments. What is one of them? Deuteronomy 6:7 says this. It says, and thou shalt teach them diligently. What? And these words, be verse 6, which I command thee this day, shall be in thine heart, in thy mind. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. Why? To protect them from the pornographic lifestyle that this country, Babylon, has created. That's why they call it Sodom and Egypt. Sodomites and Egypt, meaning bondage. Now we're bound to what? To pornography, to sexualization. You see it everywhere. It's rampant. That's why I protect my guys. I'm telling you, I protect my children. I hardly ever let them. Well, I don't want to say that because then you guys are gonna think that I'm like Mr. Strict. I'm not, man. I just protect them. I protect their mind. I'm protecting their mind. That's what it is. And thou shalt teach them diligently. Why? So then I can strengthen their mind with the scriptures. And shall talk to them when thou sittest in thine house. My kids understand that they're Hebrews. They know we're not so-called Mexicans. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm not a Mexican. I'm a Hebrew. I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. And we have standards. And the Most High chose us and gave us laws so then we could be the light of this whole earth. Well, we're not showing it if we're being promiscuous, dealing with pornography, opening the door potentially to pedophilia. I'm telling you guys right now, if we don't stop this, pedophilia is going to come. You're leaving the door available for it. That is a wicked spirit. At that point, y'all going to know that what do you call it? The leave. As soon as y'all see this, man, you guys better hurry up. You better hurry up and start examining yourself because it's getting close. Because at that point, guess what? They're attacking our kids now, not only on a mental, psychological, not on a sexual level. Physically, my son could be going to school and some man be like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? Oh, I'm legal. I feel like I'm a child. That's part of the pronouns and all that stuff. Oh, I'm a door now. Or I'm a goat, so I'm going to marry a goat. People have married animals because they think they're animals. That's what they say. They make it legal. They go to court for it, too, for it. Seriously. Wisdom of Solomon 4:9. It says, for the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike and are like hateful unto God. This lie that God hates the sin but loves the sinner. Watch what it says. Sirach 21:6. He that hated, no, I'm sorry, Sirach 12:6. My bad. I got it right last time. Sirach 12:6 says, for the Most High hateth sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly. You guys don't want to be that. You guys don't want to be that person. Man, that's scary, man. You don't even know the power of the Most.
Hey, Ray, it's all good, bro. Don't even trip. These videos are recorded anyways. Every now and then I'll throw in one of these classes, and because this is a spirit that some of our brothers are actually dealing with. You know what I'm saying? So, and if there's not a lot of people watching, well, hey, man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to glorify this particular channel. I'm just trying to help people out because I'm doing the work to this every day. I've done the work and I'm doing the work. Romans 5:3. Not only so, but we glory in tribulation. Also, that right there is what matters the most. That right there is what matters the most. But we glory in tribulation also. Now, yeah, RB revealed. Thank you, bro. Replays do have less views. This right here, what I'm saying right now, is not a replay. Okay, it's 3/24/2024, 10:45 my time. Okay. Not only so, but we glory in tribulation also, knowing that tribulation worketh patience. So the only way that you actually acquire patience is through the work, through the growth. Let me rephrase that. In tribulation, when you glory, meaning you actually handle it and don't run away, you stick to it. In patience, experience hope. So there's a process to this growth as well. Knowing that tribulation worketh patience. So you need to grow through to earn, or at least appreciate, not even appreciate, understand what patience really means. Because you can look it up on a dictionary and don't mean you get it, dummy. It just means you read it. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Now, once you grow through in this tribulation, which is why Leviticus 19:23-25 is so important, which is why you must see yourselves as trees, because it takes time, just like a plant takes time to grow. In this tribulation, you work patience experience. Now, what does patience gain? Help you gain experience, because now you confront your shit. Okay, for example, I have one of these. It's called a personal inventory, a checklist, so to speak. Now I have it in black and white because that's how I have my setup. You guys, it's technically white page, okay? But you see here, let me see if you guys see it. Yeah, you see here. On the left side is character defects. On the right side is qualities. So what I did is I marked and went through my character defects. Now, when my initial assumption, when I first tackled this job, I thought, you know what? My character defects are going to probably be a lot more than my... What the hell, man? What am I doing? No, I didn't want that, bro. What the hell? Stop, bro. For real, man? For real? For real? Give me a second, family. Anyhow. Okay. So on the left side is character defects, on the right side is qualities. Now listen, you guys who don't don't believe this, I guess. See, I don't know why that went over there. Sorry, family. You guys that don't believe this or that think this is a joke, you know what I'm saying? I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't give a shit. Because I've done the work. You guys can sit here all you want and try to bring up these scriptures and try to say you about the skip this book of ours and you gotta repent, Doc. I bet you none of you fools have ever done this. You that claim that you want the Most High to help you, to save you, so to speak, right? Or the Meshiach, not the Most High, because he's sending him. You that claim that you about this business, that you're about your father's business, this should not be something out of this norm. If you about this business, you should even be looking at this and saying, holy shit, I'm missing the point here. What is this book asking for? Aggressive, boastful, blocking. You see a bunch of these character defects, intolerant, insecure. So when I first looked at this, I said, holy shit, man. I'm going to have so many character defects, bro, that I'm not going to see no goodness in me. When I started going through this, it didn't happen that way. Now, the issues that I dealt with, then I had to calculate them to what level, like my flaws. Give your best example of these specific flaws in your life. From 1 to 10, from 1 to 9, 1 being the most significant and 9 being the least, meaning the ones you can work on. Remember, consciousness and subconsciousness is what I initially had mentioned in this class here. 12, I'm sorry. From the greatest to the least. And then now you're going through your qualities. All right? From the greatest to the least. But you see, this is what struck me because there is more qualities than your character defects, but we've been filled with filthiness, which is why Hosea 10 talks about getting rid of your clods. Right? This is just resentment, giving examples to things. You know what I'm saying? You can even be resentful to certain things towards our Father. Just examples here. 2 Corinthians 13:5, examine yourself whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that the Meshiach is in you, except ye be reprobate. So you that claim for hey man, listen, yes, this is technically a Canaanite slaying channel, but I still do this myself. So as you can see, a lot of you guys don't give a shit. There's 461. I get it. But it's only you that are going to listen to this message that really does care. And maybe this may help you how to actually go about the process of examination, not just some dumbass idiot giving you a scripture and not telling you how. Everybody claims to be Mr. and Mrs. Bible Thumper, but y'all don't do the actual work, the detail work. And you sure as hell don't provide these particular tools that you yourselves went through to other brothers and sisters. Why? Because you think this is too embarrassing. You think that, what is he doing? What is this? What are you talking about? Again, how do you glory in tribulation? How do you glory in tribulation? By knowing yourself and knowing what ticks you and what doesn't, what things you got to work on. It allows you to deal with your issues that you might have not known how to handle before. Because once you start seeing, hey, wait a minute, that's one of my character defects on how I respond to things. Instead of me getting angry, hold on a second, that's a character defect that I know I have. So why don't I not get angry this time? Let me look at this shit different. And patience, meaning you shut your effing mouth, brings experience, and experience hope. Why? Because once you start seeing who and what you are and what you got to work on, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Glory in tribulation also. A lot of you guys talk a big game. You said you know the Bible. Yes, brother, I will be revealed is correct. I do focus on my plot, but I also have my repenting process. I'm always in the days of atonement, family. Don't get that twisted. Don't get that twisted. Hebrews 12:11. Now, no chastising for the present seemeth to be joyous. Glory in tribulation. Nobody likes to go through this shit, but grievous. Man, I hate having to do this. What you talking about, inventory, man? What's this food talking about, personal inventory? That's stupid. That's dumb. That's white people shit. Yeah, oh, okay. Sounds good. If you think this is white people shit, then you just showed how weak-minded you are. And you have no understanding of the glory that us people, Hebrews, have. Because this is actual work at hand. This is what you're supposed to do. Now, no chastising for the present seemeth to be joyous, but grievous. Nobody wants to do this work. I didn't want to do the work. Are you crazy, man? I'd be lying to you if I told you I actually wanted to. I'd be lying to you if I told you I actually wanted to. The fact is I didn't want to. Give me a second. Give me a second, family. I needed to reload this real quick. The fact is I didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? That was just a fact. And it wasn't going to be easy because I had to look at my own shit. I had to look at my own problems. I had to really, really examine me. Only me, nobody else, only me. Nevertheless, afterwards, it yielded the peaceable fruit of righteousness. That's why glory in tribulation. Glory, meaning joy. This glory, this patience, this experience, this hope brings peaceable, meaning hope. Peace, hope, peace of mind. Fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby. Again, now no chastising for present seemeth to be joyous. That's why the scriptures before talked about glory in tribulation, because it's not fun. Why do you think this class here, this right here, is important? My ism is alcohol. That's my ism, okay? That's my ism. Porn necessarily isn't, like, for example, excuse me, one of my character defects is porn. But it's not up in the ones, throughs, and fives. You know what I'm saying? It's actually 5, 6, maybe. But you see, some of you brothers and sisters, if you're watching, are in the ones and twos. So I understand that. Now, my ism, alcohol, which I, by the way, haven't had a drink since March 2nd. Thank you, Father.
That's right.
So again, all glory to him. My ism is number one. That's my ism right here. Alcoholism is number one. For you guys, it's porn. For some of you guys, it's other heavy drugs. Shit, even addicted to money, man. For the love of money. That's a heavy one. Gambling, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue. We're a spick in this world. Y'all don't understand that. Wisdom of Solomon 7:17. For he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made. This is Solomon. And the operations of the elements, the beginning, the ending, the midst of the times, the alteration of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons, the circuits of the years, the positions of stars. Here it goes. The nature of the living creatures, the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds, and the reasonings of men, the conscious and subconscious, even he understood. Which is why there was, Proverbs and Ecclesiastes where he was reflecting and realizing, man, that there's a depth in this sin. That's why Paul was talking about, man, I'm dealing with members here that, like, it's like the subconsciousness. Which is why it brings me back to this point here. chastisement of yourself. No one else is going to chastise you, dummies, but you. You understand that? 1 Corinthians 9:27, but I keep under my body and bring it into subjection. But I keep under my body. And bring it, meaning the flesh, meaning the worldly thoughts, meaning the lust thereof, bringing it into subjection. Lest by any means, when I have preached to others, I myself should be cast away, meaning being a hypocrite. It's easy to tell you, but like, for example, the incident that occurred, which is what triggered me to say, stop. That's it. That's enough drinking. But I keep under my body and bring it into subjection. I'm not having a drink no more. I haven't had one since March 2nd. Since that situation. Why? Lest by any means, when I preach to others, for example, lest I continue in my stupidity, not reflect on myself and saying, holy shit, I need help. I myself should be cast away. If I didn't make that change, I don't know where I'd be at right now. Because I was going there. Again, conscious and subconscious. There is a difference. And you have to work at both, which is why if you're really about your Father's business, you wouldn't think this too much of a joke. This would actually be very enticing. For me, for somebody like me particular, I don't know about y'all, for me, this was very enticing. I wanted to do it now. Because now I knew, wait a minute, hold on a second. So I'm not subject to my own thoughts. Nope. So what you're saying is what people said, well, that's just how men are. I don't have to, nope. So I don't have to submit myself to these lustful, ideas. Nope. That's why it says sin lieth at the door. That's why it says, when you open your eyes. That's why it talks about that you have to keep the word of the Most High as the apple of thine eye. That's why when it talks about imagery or all of those things, not having idolship, it's important because it's an imprint. So in order for you to make serious changes, you have to work on those imprinted images deep within you so you can then start changing the way you think. If you're a negative thinker, there's reasons for that. It's just one example. Let's continue. My mind says I don't want to sin, but my subconscious is like, yo, come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you guys, the Bible is the greatest book ever written. And it's our book, our history, our knowledge. Verse 21, and all such things are either secret or manifest, them I know. Meaning what? The depthness of our minds. So there is such a thing as subconsciousness and consciousness, man. Verse 22, for wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, the worker of all. It'll clean up your consciousness, and it'll also help you change your mind in regards to all the bitterness and anger and God knows what's in there that you've been stored for so many years. The Most High will clean that up for you. For wisdom, only through wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, for in her is an understanding, spirit holy, one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, meaning simple, guys, not subject to hurt, loving the things that is good, quick, which cannot be leaded, ready to do good, kind to man, steadfast, sure, free from care, having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtle spirit. Now that's right there. If you read Wisdom of Solomon 7:22, for wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, for in her is an understanding, spirit holy, meaning spirit truly separate, one only. Now, let me add a little bit to this. Spirit. Okay. So John 6:63 says, it is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profited nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. These words are supposed to speak to our spirit. Okay? Now, with the wisdom and understanding, knowing thyself a lot more better now, then you can start seeing what Paul was mentioning, Romans 7:21. For I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me. For I delight in the law of God, the inward man, the spiritual man. But I see another law in my members, the flesh, warring against the law of my mind and bringing me into the captivity of law to the law of sin, which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? Which is obviously it's a rhetorical question. He knows who is, right? But now with the wisdom and understanding that there is actually some kind of trickery, so to speak, in your mind, that you're not alone up in that brain, right? You're not alone. Now this makes more sense. 2nd Ezra 14, verse 14. Let go from the mortal thoughts. You see, not spiritual thoughts. Mortal thoughts, not spiritual. That's why it says, Paul, there's an inward man that wants to do this, but I see some other thing. Let go from thee the mortal thoughts, cast away the burdens of man, the resentment, the anger, the character defects that are destroying you, the compulsiveness. Maybe your wife has a question for you, like, I get it, cabrona. You know what I'm saying? Just an example. The controlling, your cowardly ways. You're dependent on others. You act like you're not, let's say, depressed. Yes, you are. Yet you're disloyal, you're treacherous, disobedient, disrespectful, faithless, falseless, prideful. You start looking at all these things. You're like, man, those are mortal thoughts, which is why it's very complicated to look at something like this and say, I'm going to do this, because they're heavy. So it says, cast away burdens of man, put away now the weak nature, meaning look at yourself. Examine yourself if you're in the faith, mofo. You say you're a man. You say you're a vato loco forever, que no? You say you're the man of the house. Can't you do this then, homie? Let go from the mortal thoughts. That's how you let go. Examine yourself if you're in the faith. Cast away the burdens of man, put now off the weak nature. So if you have an issue with lusting, something happened to you when you was young. You better examine that. Somebody triggered that. Something happened and someone triggered that shit at a young age. And set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee. Set aside how? You give it to the Father. By you doing inventory, is you're examining yourself. What, you could forget who dwells within you. You guys forgot already? You got to be mindful what those words mean. Know ye not that the temple of God dwelleth in you? Did you guys forget that already? So why do you think it's important for the examination? 1 Corinthians 13 and 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God? What is the temple? The temple, the mind. El templo. Temporal, you know what I'm saying? And that Spirit of God dwelleth in you. So if you're not examining you, if you're not looking at all this flesh that's surrounding you, how are you going to speak to your Father? And how will He speak to you if you're full of filth? Let's continue. That's wisdom, guys. It says, verse 24, and that's the last scripture. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. Of her pureness. Let's go to verse 27. Why not? It says, for she is the breath of the power of God and a pure influence. For she is the breath of the power of God and pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no defiled thing fall into her, which is why we teach our children the laws, statutes, and commandments, because that'll give them that helmet of salvation. That's why the lady was saying, we need to stop our children from starting to have sex at an early age. My daughter's 19, and guess what? We are going by the scriptures. She's never been with a man, never dated. This is in this society. Why? Because I had faith in the Most High,
And now with the laws, she understood and she fears the Most High. Man, that's a blessing for me. All praises to the Most High. To be honest, I didn't really have a lot to do with it. It's because of him. But she has the spirit of her. And now that they know they're Hebrews, it's more powerful. And it's not me showing off, guys. I'm not. I'm just saying how it's important, because had it not been that way, it would have broke my heart. It would have destroyed me. I would have been like, man, I should have known better. I should have watched my children. And instead, I didn't do that. Instead, I let them go. Instead, I fell for it myself because I was promiscuous, because I was dealing with porn obsession, because I couldn't, release unless I had to look at it. I'm being real with y'all, man. I suffered from it too. Suffered, okay? Then verse 27, being but one, she can do all things and remaineth in herself. She maketh all things new. And in all ages entering in holy souls, she maketh them friends of God and prophets. Y'all see that? She maketh friends of God. Friends of God. Man, if y'all don't even know what that means, then I don't even know what to tell y'all. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to share this video once more, so then we can at least grasp it one more time. And then I got a video for you. And then I got a song for you. All right. Again, I'm not doing them in the mornings, guys. I realize the afternoons are going to be better, man, because y'all work and you got obviously schedules and we all have jobs, and you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to try to make this available. So when you guys get home, you sit back, you chill, you have your dinner, take care of your family, and then, take the time and watch this video, which is very, very new, and you don't miss it. Because apparently YouTube doesn't get, my algorithm doesn't hit you guys. It doesn't notify you guys. I don't know why. So anyways, let me play it one more time.
Our brain requires a great deal of energy to operate, particularly when we have to concentrate and think about something. Problem solving or making a decision not only uses more brain energy, it also can be a slow process. So our brain seeks to conserve energy by developing efficient ways of operating. One way it does this is through conscious and subconscious processing. Our brain seeks to automate much of what we do to save us time and brain energy. These are our brain's subconscious processes. They take care of our basic life functioning, our fight or flight response, and our learned behaviors and habits. We don't really think about these things. They just happen on autopilot or have become second nature. In fact, up to 95% of all our behaviors and reactions happen at the subconscious level.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Anyways, my point being is that's why you got to do this work. Thank you, brother. You got to do this work, because if you're serious about the examination and self-examination, then I'm still on, bro. Then you have to technically really look at yourself for this right here. When I had to really look and say, you know what? I am aggressive. I am belligerent. I am angry. I am empathetic. I'm not good-natured. I'm not forgiving. When I was in my alcoholism, I was a piece of crap.
When I was in my alcoholism, I was a piece of crap. And I was all of these things. Argumentative, arrogant. Even though I was a piece of shit, I was arrogant. I was always attacking, always blocking, and even boastful. You see? So I can talk about this now because I did the work. So unless you don't understand that in your mind, 95% of the things, without understanding or knowing who you are, without having the application of the wisdom, without really knowing 1 Corinthians 3:16, know ye not that ye are the temple of God. So consciously, if you are being manipulated by society as, hey, you're just a dude, don't trip on, man. That's the way we are. We have mortal thoughts. It's normal. Go ahead, watch porn, release it. You're doing good. No. Verse 18, let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seem to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise. Why? Because verse 17 says, if any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy. We read that earlier. Which temple ye are. So, if you are not aware that you are a damn aggressive bastard, and maybe you are compulsive, and maybe you are conceited, and maybe you are deceitful, because scriptures clearly tell you that all of those character defects, we have them. It's very clear. We have them all. Before you grow and become and step out of being babes, this is what you got to do. 1 Peter 2:1. Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and all hypocrisies and envies and all evil speakings, as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. That means all of us have all of these. So if you don't examine this, then you ain't really trying to get to know the Father. Because if the temple of God dwelleth in you, then we are the temple of the Most High. But if you're confused and completely covered, right, with all of these things here, being vindictive and violent and stubborn and self-righteous and reckless, then guess what? You're still in the ways of the world. Why do you think this says here? A lot of people walk over these scriptures, man. 1 Corinthians 11:32. But when ye are judged, okay, who judges you? Right now, we are judging ourselves. That's why it says, get your house in order first. But when ye are judged by the power and wisdom of the Most High, that's why he says, wisdom walketh with you. That's why it is not joyful to be corrected by thyself. Because guess what? We are our worst critics. Don't they say that? We are chastised. We are chastened of the Lord. Because if you are really about his business, he is going to communicate with you in that way. You're going to start saying, holy shit. You're going to start whooping yourself. That we should not be condemned with the world. So what does the world talk about? That if you still are in this so-called paradigm, this mental state of mind that it's okay to be aggressive. It's okay to be cynical. Hey, that's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? I can't control my mind. You stupid. Let's continue.
Our subconscious is also involved in the recording and storing of our experiences and knowledge, forming our memories. These are stored in our brain like photos in a picture album, which we can refer back to later. The way we think and feel about these experiences forms a frame around the photo. This is how we give people, objects, or events meaning. Over time, this is how our attitudes develop. For the most part, our subconscious processes help us navigate the world efficiently. Yet sometimes we might develop unhelpful habits or attitudes that prevent us from achieving our goals. This is where more conscious thinking can benefit us. Our conscious processing involves our higher thinking capacity, where we can be more mindful and considered in what we think, feel, and do. We can use conscious thinking to reprogram our subconscious and change our thoughts, attitudes, and habits. While thinking
That is why 2 Corinthians says this. It's all in line, family. 2 Corinthians 10:5, casting down imaginations, okay? Casting down the facade. You know, the mask, the matrix, so to speak, the clods that Hosea talks about. Getting rid of those clods, casting down imaginations, and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God. Didn't you see a new car, a new home, a new look? Hey, I know the Bible, man. I'm smarter than you. Now you even set yourself above the Most High. Now you think you gods. Isn't that what we hear? And bringing into captivity, once again, every thought to the disobedience of Christ. So now you got to think about this, family. If you're about to part this business, why is it still scripture saying you have to submit every thought to the obedience of Christ? Meaning the obedience of the perfection, the walk, the word. Bringing into captivity every thought. So that means the only way that you're able to do that, bringing into captivity every thought, is that you become aware of the thoughts that you typically like to manifest or practice. Like if you like to be an argumentative bastard, that's some shit to work on. If you like to be contrary to everybody, no matter what, that's some shit you got to work on. If you lazy, that's some you got to work on. Once again, it says, casting down imaginations, meaning the assumption that así debe de ser como debe de ser. It is what it is, they say. God loves the sinner, but hates the sin. That's bullshit. And every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of the word. So if you're irresponsible and reckless, you better start examining yourself. If you think you're superior than other people, you better start examining yourself. If you're a stubborn bastard, you better start examining yourself. If you're malicious, guess what? And selfish, you better start examining yourself. How do you do that? Verse 6, and having a readiness to revenge all disobedience. And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled, meaning that you neglect sin. Don't feed it, which is why scriptures talk about don't leave provisions for sin. Presumptuous, aren't they? It's a heavy point because then once you understand that a lot of work has to be with you first, men, and the only way to do it is by doing the work, actual inventory. This is just an example. Y'all can create your own. I'm just telling you what I did. Maybe to you guys, you might want to have something more complicated. For me, this was enough. People, resentments of father, mother, be real with y'all, man. Brothers, sisters, best friends, whatever, co-workers, institutions. Some of you guys are mad. Some of y'all were mad at the Bible. I was mad at the Bible. I was mad at God. That's why he kicked my ass. Child protections. At the end of the day, you can make excuses, but it all comes to you. Selfishness. This is just giving examples of the things. Selfishness. Wanting to control the dominance. Wanting to have what others have. Wanting special treatment. Wanting things my way, thinking others are jealous, wanting others to be like me, being miserable, possessive, wanting more than my. You see what I'm saying? This is just an example. And the only way you do it is by examination. But again, you're not going to be able to unless you do what? 2 Ezra 14:13. Now, therefore, set thine house in order, you first. Before you go try to tell everybody else, before you try to tell your wife and your kids, get your shit right. Now, therefore, set thine house in order and reprove thy people. Set your mind first. This is a process, by the way. So I'll stay right here. Now, therefore, set thine house in order. I'm going to skip all this for now, for some of you that are babes to this. Now set thine house in order. Skip all this for now, and now renounce corruption. Why do I say, and reprove thy people, comfort such of them that be in trouble? Why? Because you ain't ready for this. Like I told you before, initially, if you see yourselves as trees, Leviticus 19:23, and when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you, and it shall not be eaten. So if you're still a babe, guess what, man? When you're trying to get rid of all your shit, don't try to give your people that food. You got to get your house in order first, because it's not good fruit. It's uncircumcised. But until the fourth. Now, everybody's different. Some of y'all may take 3, 4, 5 years just to create good fruit. And then that fruit right there is actually to the Most High. Until the 5th year, verse 25, and in the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that ye may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. So if you see yourselves as trees, you see your process. 3 years, you ain't giving nothing good coming out of you. On the 4th year, then you can offer it to the Most High. On the 5th year, then you can take it for yourself and your family and offer it to the Most High. That's when you actually start teaching. Right here. Right here. Right here. So unless you don't get it, you don't get it. Or unless you get it, you get it. It's not complicated, but at the same time, it's not simple. But they do say, keep it simple, stupid. Now, therefore, set thine house in order. You're still growing. Skip that for a second. And now renounce corruption. What is corruption? Let go from the mortal thoughts. Remember John 6:63? It is the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profited nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit, they are life. Cast away the burdens of man. Which ones? All the stupid shit you've done in the past. Okay, you were selfish. Yeah, you were all this. That's fine. You were dishonest. Okay, fine. You're a little punk. You were scared. Okay, fine. You're self-seeking. Fine. Yeah, that's. Hey, man, listen. We all been through that. So let go of that shit. Give it to the Most High. See, just give it. It's just like, hey, let the Most High know. Listen, man, I can't deal with this myself. I need your help. Cast away the burdens of man. Put off now the weak nature. I've always said this in case you guys never heard me. I found my strength through weakness. I found my strength through weakness. Now put off the weak nature. I found my strength through weakness. 2 Timothy 1:7. It says, for God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of sound mind. All of these things here create fear. Not the ones on the right, the ones on the left. When you're impulsive and reckless, you do dumb shit. Now all of a sudden you got a warrant behind you, you create fear. You're repulsive and reckless, you're arrogant, you're an asshole, you're a drunk, whatever, you're an alcoholic, you're a drug addict, you know what I'm saying? You're a woman beater, all of a sudden now you lost your family. Now you're in fear. And fear creates anger. And anger creates resentment. And resentment creates aggressiveness, and then you're impulsive, and combine that with whatever isms you're dealing with, and you just become destructive. But again, for God had not given us the spirit of fear, but of power. Of power. Which is why it's important to understand this scripture here. 1 Corinthians 3:16, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Do you guys really believe that? I hope you do. The only way you actually experience that is by examining yourselves. I know it sounds weird, but that's the way you do it. You know that whole concept of meditation? You don't just sit there and meditate. That's stupid. It gets you nowhere. The meditative part is actually in your mind going through scriptures. And in your mind, in your lonely moments, you're actually taking advantage of that conversation within you with your Father. You hear nothing. You don't feel your flesh. You don't have nothing, no thoughts, nothing whatsoever. It's like if you're sleeping, if you just lay down, you won't feel your body whatsoever. It's just your mind. So in that moment, if any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, meaning separate, which temple ye are. So when Job talks about corrections and what he's going through, Job 5:17, behold, happy is the man whom God corrected. And how does that happen? With this here. This is how you do the correction. You accept the correction. You say, Father, I need change. Boom. All right. Sounds good then. Watch, I'll show you. I'll show you something. I cannot recall the scripture right now. Let me see. See if I can remember, okay? Initiative seer. I remember one word. It may not be it. Yeah, great. Maybe I'm gonna have to find it this way. It's in Wisdom of Solomon. I think Wisdom of Solomon 4. But give me a second. Hold on, I'll be quick. Oh, let me see. Give me a second, all right? Give me a second, I go at the point because you're choosing it. Worker is for wisdom, worker and subject of wisdom is a worker of all things taught me, for in her understanding spirit holy. Wisdom moving motions. Just give me a second, family. Or reach. Trying to find it. Oh man. For causes, for gathering, for wisdom opening the mouth of the dumb, nevertheless. I don't want like that. I don't like that one. I can't remember. Maybe like this. Okay, is that the word? Maybe I'm looking for. If I can't find it now. Oh man, I was way off. Sirach. So here it goes right here. Sirach 14. Let me see if it's up. It's in this chapter for sure. Let the agree, deliver your father, wisdom exalt their children, love it her. Okay, check this out. Sirach 4:16. Sirach 4:16. It says, if a man commit himself unto her, meaning wisdom, he shall inherit her, and his generations shall hold her in possession. For at first, she, meaning wisdom, through your correction, will walk with him by crooked ways. She will allow you to see your shit. She will allow you to reflect on your crap. For at first, she will walk with him by crooked ways and bring fear and dread upon him. That's why Job was talking about what he was talking about. Behold, happy is a man whom God corrected. Because you're accepting it. Correction doesn't come easy, but it only happens if you are willing to embrace it and bring fear and dread upon him and torment him with her discipline. Which ones? Getting rid of this shit here on the left. If you're envious, that's the discipline. That's what happens. That's why joy. That's why. What was that scripture initially? Romans 5:3. Glory and tribulation, right? That's why it says that. That's why it says that. For at first she will walk with him by crooked ways and bring fear and dread upon him and torment him with her discipline until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws. You see what that means? Try him by her laws, which is why Job said what he said. It's a beautiful chapter right there, by the way, family. Job 5:17 says, behold, happy is the man whom God corrected with what? By you allowing correction, by you embracing examination, by you understanding what the temple of God means. Behold, happy is the man whom God corrected. Therefore, despise not the chastising of the Almighty. So at first, she'll walk with you crooked. Once she trusts you, she'll start giving you the understanding. That's the actual discipline. That's why, what is it, Psalms 111 and 10? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The full understanding have all they that do his commandments. Not talk about them, but actually do his commandments. What is one of them? Self-examination. You think I'm full of shit? Whatever. I don't care. But I've done it. I'm doing it. Proof is in the pudding. Proverbs 15:21. Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. So if you don't know this correction process, then guess what? I don't know what to tell you then. This is what I did. But a man of understanding walketh uprightly. So how does a man of understanding walk uprightly? He does the work uprightly. Because it's not about me, it's about my family. It's not about me if I don't have a family, it's about my brothers and sisters. So if you're not doing this work like this deep, then you're not in it to win it. I'm sorry to tell you, you're not. Let everybody want to lie to you, but without counsel, verse 22, without counsel, purposes are disappointed. What is it? This is counseling right here. I'm counseling you, so now you're counseling yourself. So then you get your house in order, so then you can get other people in order. This is counseling right here. Without counsel, guess what? You don't grow. This is why Solomon said, listen, all of this shit that I know, it didn't matter to me. I didn't even listen to my teachers. That's why Ecclesiastes 12:19 says, at the end, what's the whole conclusion of the matter? Keep the commandments and fear God. That's it. As smart as he was, he came to the understanding, no matter what I know, all this shit that I know, it didn't benefit me one bit. Why? Because I didn't even listen to the basic things. Without counsel, purposes are disappointed. But in the multitude of counselors, they are established. So by you examining yourself, you took my counsel. This works, family. When you have to look at your own self, this works. When you have to see, damn, I am stubborn. I am spiteful, man. I am manipulative. I am lustful. I have been lying to my wife. I am lazy because I like to drink. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm responsible. But you're lazy about some other shit. Okay, you go to work, right? Fine. But are you studying? No, you're too busy drinking. Or you're getting high, or whatever it is that you do. You are violent. You are wasteful. You don't know how to save money. You have bad credit. It is what it is. Because you don't know how to manage yourself. And if you think that none of that matters, it does matter. All of this stuff matters. Then why are you in it for? Then you're just like these other Christians. You might as well just do as you please. Do as you please if that's the case. I mean, it's very clear that we deal with a lot within ourselves. So if you don't know the process of change and you can't understand that you're dealing with a lot, and somebody says, hey, focus on the enemy, like these BHIs, F the white man, F the white man, F the white man, I get it. I teach what I teach because I'm teaching y'all my lot. As I said it before, I don't teach these classes often because it's not necessarily my lot, but I still study this often because I am in the days of atonement, and I hope you guys understand that. But I also understand that in order for me to continue the war, I got to show you guys the first war that comes to you first, and that's in the mind. Sirach 23:1, O Lord, Father and Governor of all my whole life, leave me not to their counsels and let me not fall by them. So you would think, oh, the enemy. See, it's the white man, it's the white man, it's the black man, it's the Chinese man. Even they're getting crazy now. No, it's you, pendejo. Who will set scourges over my thoughts? And the discipline of wisdom over my heart, meaning mine. That they, meaning yourself, spare me not for mine ignorance, meaning not knowing that you have a lot of these little words here telling you, hey, go ahead and cheat, bro. Hey, be stubborn, Holmes. Hey, why don't you steal that shit? Who cares? Nobody's seeing you. Hey, nah, be suspicious about that homeboy right there, man. He's lying to you, bro. He's probably stealing and shit. That's why he knows that. Hey, he's probably an agent. Be ungrateful. Maybe your son or daughter did something nice for you, man. You ungrateful bastards. Maybe your son or daughter is trying to talk to you, and you ungrateful bastards so stuck on these scriptures that you don't even understand the brotherly love meaning. Lest my inner ignorance increase and my son's sins abound to my destruction, and I fall before mine adversaries. Who is my adversaries? You. Who is my adversaries? These spirits in your thoughts, these spirits in your mind. And my enemies rejoice over me, whose hope is far from thy mercy. Why would they rejoice? You think people really give a F about you failing? No, they don't. This is the wickedness. Finally seeing that you're still in sin and you're stupid and you don't know what the real work is. That's why imagery is important. That's why that book that I told you about, Propaganda, is meaningful. If you don't realize that this whole matrix is to confound your mind, you lost in the sauce. 2 Corinthians 13:5, examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith, prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves? Do you not know your own selves? It takes your willingness to humble yourselves. It takes your willingness to see your errors in this life. But you can't do it properly without you willing to, first of all, and without the spirit of our Creator. That's why Sirach 4 says, at first, she'll walk crooked with you. Why? Why would she walk crooked with you? Here, I'll read it again so you guys can remember, because it's important to know. It says here, Sirach 4:17, for at first she will walk with him by crooked ways. Why? And bring fear and dread upon him and torment him with her laws, with her discipline, until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws. For example, when I first came to this understanding, I would lust a lot. I would lust a lot, right? I wouldn't act on it as like when I used to when I was young. But as I got older, I would lust a lot, but I wouldn't act on it. So I thought I was good. But then I realized what the scripture was saying is like, do you know that you're already committing fornication by having that lust in your thought? So because I was like, I would see a woman, see obviously a beautiful woman, and I would always imagine like all kinds of positions and shit, all kinds of stuff that I was gonna do, for real. I didn't realize that I was sinning. So I would think, hey, that's just ameno. That's what we heard. But that's not true. That's not true. That's why Psalm 17 says this. Psalm 17, verse 3. Thou hast proved mine heart, my mind, because wisdom first walked with you in crooked ways. Thou hast visited me in the night, because that happens a lot too, family. In case you guys don't know, there'll be a physical transformation too. You'll go through probably sweats. Thou hast tried me and shall find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. So then when you are serious about this examination, right? That's why wisdom walks with you crookedly at first. Because then she'll bring fear and dread upon you, and they'll torment you until she can trust you and try you by her laws. Try you by her laws. And the only way that you allow this to happen is if you are willing to. It doesn't happen without you. Psalms 26:2. Examine me, O Lord. Examine me, O Yahoo, and prove me. Try my mind, try my heart. You see that? Conscience and subconscious. Try my mind and my heart. The mind and the spirit. The consciousness and subconsciousness. That's why you have to ask for this. Examine me, which is why when you see 2 Corinthians 13:5, examine yourself. He's telling you, but you do it by asking the Father to help you with this examination, because in your weak nature, you're not going to want to do this. You're going to be like, hell no, man, I don't want to do that shit. Because it's too much work. For real. First of all, you got to go print this piece of paper. Second, you got to actually write this shit down. I mean, y'all willing to do it. Examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves how that Yahuwah or Yahu, HaMashiach, is in you, except ye be reprobates. So you examine. You can't do it alone. And you need a process. You need the steps. Everybody needs steps. Look, this is a heavy point. Isaiah 28:9 says this: whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. So he's saying, who am I going to teach these secrets? Not you that's in the milk, because you that's in the milk right now. 1 Peter 2:1, wherefore laying aside all malice and all guile and all hypocrisies and envies and all evil speaking, not you that's in the milk, because you got all that in you. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. So those that he's going to give knowledge is those that are sincere, that are going to examine themselves. And then when they wean from the milk, meaning like, for example, Leviticus 19, 20, 23, if you were watching and following this class, you would know what I mean by this. Then you would know that this is basically the milk steps right here. And then once you're ready for, verse 23, the milk. Once you're ready to be weaned from the milk, that's verse 25. This is, here's one example. Psalms 119, verse 59. Watch what it reads carefully. I thought on thy ways. Examine yourselves if you're in the faith. I thought on my ways. I reflected. I thought on my ways and turned my feet unto your testimony. I made haste and delayed not to guard your commandments. That's why Sirach 4 talks about that. At first she'll walk with you, and then she'll give you the wisdom, right? For at first, Sirach 4:17, for at first she will walk with him by crooked ways and bring fear and dread upon him and torment him with her discipline until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws, until she may trust him. Then will she set the straight way unto him and comfort him and show him her secrets, which are not secrets, but you make them secretive. Which is one of them? Temple of God dwelleth in you. That's one of her secrets. That is one of her secrets. The temple of God dwelleth in you. So if you don't realize how powerful that scripture is, then you would walk around like a fool. Psalms 5:7, but as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear I will worship towards the holy temple. Whose house is that? The Most High. The Most High. Which is why this is important. 1 Corinthians 3:16, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? So how do you examine? How do you get to the Most High? By looking at yourself. You've been walking around with a bag of trash, and everywhere you go, you pick up the trash that you're going by. Just imagine yourself doing that. You got a trash bag kind of over your shoulder, and as you're going through your life and shit and all the stuff that you're experiencing, you're just tossing it in that bag, and you're carrying that shit around you without knowing, which is why you still deal with a lot of problems. I still deal with problems, family. Don't think I don't deal with them. Hell yeah, I do. But again, I'm more aware now. More aware now. Even a month ago, I wasn't as aware as I am now. You're either progressing or digressing. You're never in the middle. You either progress or regress. So when you understand what the holy temple means, and now you see, holy moly, cannoli, Let no man deceive himself, verse 18. Verse 17, if any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. See, it's not complicated. But I guess it is heavy, because now you got to really look at yourself. Psalms 11:4, the Lord is in his holy temple. If you are the child of the Most High, he's with you. And the Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children of men. You see, the apple of thine eye, sin lieth at the door. 2 Samuel 22:7. 2 Samuel 22:7. Watch this. In my distress, I called upon the Lord and cried to God, and he did hear my voice out of his temple, and my cry did enter into his ears. How? How do you do that? A lot of us read these things and we're like, man, what does that even mean? But how do I even do that, bro? How do I get God to hear me? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he's listening to me, bro. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You know, it's a pretty heavy thought. Habakkuk 2:20. Watch this real quick. But the Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. Step number 1. If the temple of God dwelleth in you, let all the earth keep silence before him. That's called meditation. Shut up. I've told a couple brothers, and I hope they don't. I know one brother didn't get offended, but I know one brother did. Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. Excuse my language. Just shut up. Be quiet for a second. Watch this. Psalms 4:4. Stand in awe and sin not. Commune with your own heart, meaning mind, upon your bed, and be still. Salah. Like amen. Be still. So when you cry to the Father, when he hears you, you got to get rid of all this guile. Ask for that first. Get rid of that shit first. You want him to talk to you, tell them to help you get rid of your crap first. And then you'll start hearing him more. Because right now, believe it or not, you're full of shit. And those are facts. John 14:10. Believe thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself. But the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the work. Verse 17. Even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seemeth him not, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him not. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you, and shall be in you. So the only way you can really hear this, it ain't about going on the street teaching people, bro, just that. That's not that difficult. But are you doing this right here? Are you looking at the biggest enemy? Because guess what? Some of y'all are still assholes, man. That's why you can't keep friendships. That's why you push people away instead of having people wanting to talk to you. 1 Corinthians 3:16, it says, know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? How do you find that? How do you find that, man? How do you find that person? How do you find that creator? 1 Corinthians 15:31, I protest by rejoicing which I have in the Meshiach, our Lord, I die daily. You peel all of these little things one by one. You get rid of this shit one by one, from the greatest to the least. The biggest flaws, those got a lot of work to do. Get rid of these easier ones first. Focus on those. If you must list additional flaws, do so below. Do not beat yourself up. That's true. So these flaws here on the bottom, work on those first. These are going to be the difficult ones right here, right? That's why, again, you die daily. You do this every single day. You examine yourself every single day. Why Hosea 10:12 said this, 10 and 11. And Ephraim is a heifer that is taught and loveth to tread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck. I will make Ephraim to ride, Judah shall plow, and Jacob shall break his clods. These are the clods that will not allow you to get rooted properly. These are the clods that will not allow you, when the time comes, to really set yourself, are you ready for what's going to happen? Are you ready for it? Are you guys ready for this? So that's why you have to get rid of these clods. If you want to know the Father, you have to get rid of these clods. That's why scriptures all over the place talks about subjecting yourself to the laws of the Most High and making sure that you don't feed into the sinful ways of ours. 1 Corinthians 9:27, but I keep under my body, the flesh, and bring it into subjugation, lest that by any means, when I have preached to others, I myself shall be cast away. So you do this daily. You bring your mortal thoughts into subjection. Filter your thoughts through the scriptures. Pay attention to what you're thinking. At first, it's a lot of work. That's a lot of work at first. But then it's going to be beautiful. You have to know the process. But I keep under my body and bring it into subjection. What? Mortal thoughts. Watch this. Wisdom of Solomon 9:14. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain, because you're responding. I'm sorry, you're reacting. You're not responding. For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain, meaning our thoughts, our ways. For the corruptible body presseth down the soul. So if you don't have control if you're not mindful of what your mind is thinking, if you're not paying attention to your thoughts, those corruptible thoughts will press down your soul. And the earthly tabernacle, meaning this flesh, weighs down the mind that muse it upon many things, because that's technically what happens. Muse it upon many, many things. If you really about the Father's business, then you will do this. Sirach 6:23, give ear, my son, receive my advice and refuse not my counsel. And put thy feet into her feathers and thy neck into her chain. Meaning get into this discipline. This is one of them. Right here. This is just one of them. One of many. Put thy feet into her feathers and thy neck into her chain. Bow down thy shoulders, examine yourself, and bear her. Examine yourself that you're in the faith, and hang on, and embrace for correction, and be not grieved with her bonds. I found strength through weakness. Come on to her with thy whole heart, and keep her ways with all thy power. Search and seek, and she shall be made known unto thee. Remember Sirach 4, right? At first you'll walk with your crooked ways. And when she had got a hold, and when thou hast got a hold of her, let her not go, meaning wisdom. For at the last thou shalt find her rest. Meaning once you get through all of this shit and you start seeing that you're not this anymore or as much, you're not argumentative as more or as much, you're not as arrogant, you're not hypersensitive, you're not hateful, you're not greedy as much. Right? For at the last thou shalt find her rest, and thou shalt be turned to thy joy. Then her fetters, meaning chains, her bondage, her discipline. Psalms 111:10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A full understanding have all they that do his commandments. Then shall her fetters be a strong defense for thee, and her chains a robe of glory. Hopefully, this is helping you guys understand why Paul was saying, Romans 7:11, for sin, taking occasion by the commandments, deceived me, by it slew me. That's why the sacrificial law was not really helping us at all, because it was bringing us into that captivity of sinning again. We relied on this animal, an animal that had nothing to do with our shit. So it's very metaphoric how other people pay for our sins. In Spanish, we say, pagan justos por pecadores. In case you guys don't know, that's what it meant. Wherefore the law is holy and the commandments holy, just and good. Verse 18, for I know that in me, that is in my flesh dwelleth no good thing. See, there's another spirit. For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. That's why Wisdom of Solomon 9:13 and 14 are saying the flesh oppresseth the spirit. For the good that I would do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Meaning, for the stuff that I want to do, like I don't want to. I'm sorry. For the good that I would, I do not. Meaning, the good things that I want to do, I don't do. Because I have evil in me. And because of the evil in me, I tend to do those things that I don't want to. That's exactly what goes on with all of us. So again, it goes back to Psalms 27. I read that earlier. 27 and 4. One thing have I desired, O Lord, that I will seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of the Lord and to inquire in his temple. Why? Self-examination. Some of you guys are probably wondering, like, well, what's the point of all this? You know what I'm saying? What's the point of all this, man? Second Ezra 7:57. Thence he answered me and said, this is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight. Get rid of the clods. Bind yourselves in righteousness. Reap in mercy. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Now, hopefully, you understand Paul. Romans 7:21. That's what Paul was trying to be. Very simple. Paul was simple, man. Y'all complicate him. Romans 7:21. I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me. Which one? The flesh. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man. That's why he said, I will put the laws inwardly, meaning you won't stop doing them. The sacrificing of animals made no sense. Why? Because pagan justos por pecadores. The just were paying, like now, the just are paying for the wicked. But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind. You that are parents and treated your children like shit, the just are paying for the wicked. One example. But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind. Wisdom of Solomon 9:13 and 14. And bringing me into captivity to the thought of sin which is in my members. That's why it says, bringing all subjugation of your thoughts into captivity of the laws of the Most High. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? That's a rhetorical question. He knows who. John 6:63, full circle. It is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. The words that I speak to you, they are spirit and they are life. So if you are not triggered into wanting to examine yourself, then you are not about the spirit. You're about the flesh. So then why aren't those Christians and BHI groups practicing more of this? How come they don't teach you this stuff? When has any of these schools brought us some topic like this and kind of broke it down for you, man? And say, hey, listen, man, this is what I did. This is how the breakdown was. This is how I approached it. Hopefully you guys can learn from it. No, they don't. Again, my channel is focusing on one thing because that's my lot. But I do random classes like this for the brethren. That don't mean I don't know. It just means I know my lot. But I do the work in my house because I got my house in order. I got myself trying to get myself in order and trying to get my house in order. It's a continuing work. It's not complete. Y'all are crazy if it's complete. Oh, I got my house in order. No, you don't, fool. You always have to maintain the flock. You got to check on them. 1 Corinthians 9:27. But I keep under my body first before I go tell anybody else and bring it into subjection. Lest by any means, when I have preached to others, I myself should be cast away. That's why Paul was saying that. That's why Paul was saying that in verse 24. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of death, of this death? But I keep under my body and bring it into subjection. Right? So we know that it's not convenient for the flesh. It's not convenient. But it should be convenient for you. And I mean convenient means conveniente, like it's benefiting you. Ecclesiastes 12:13. Let us hear the conclusion of the matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. It's not that complicated. We try to complicate it. Let me end it with this, and then I'm done. 1 Peter 1:23, it says here, being born again, not of corruptible seed, but of incorruptible, by the word of God, which liveth and abideth forever. And where is that word? 1 Corinthians 3:16. Don't forget. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and the Spirit of God that dwelleth in you? Hopefully it was edifying, family. Hopefully it was edifying, and maybe some of you guys will actually be able to handle this war that we all deal with. I don't envy you, brothers, that are dealing with this particular spirit, because I know it's difficult at times. It does attack me, but stay in the fight, man. Stay in the fight, family. Stay in the fight, and I appreciate you guys being here. I know there's only one or two, three of you guys, four. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you very much. Make sure you like and share. It's not for Ferretti Lucra. It's to push this channel for the algorithm purpose, okay? You guys enjoy the seventh-day rest. Hopefully the new moon class was edifying. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play that class every month for the rest of the year, okay? All right, fam. Take care. Have a good day.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños por cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha, solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, Por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Oh. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía malherido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido. Por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. No, no. Todo repite lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Yes. Me gusta el sonidito, dice. Vamos ahí, vamos allá, vamos ahí, vamos allá. Hey, ¿para qué te digo quién soy si tú sabes que nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker la shimaya? Desplazada de ti, ya todo está por venir. Money pa' mi family, music para repartir al doble como Gemini. Si es que andamos bien chiviri, mi black y par de chiquilín, zombito como Tribilín. Sí que sí, Riquitín no me molesta. Somos dangerous, aquí no te metas. Tú eres un Guns N' Roses, solo aparenta. Ellos hacen culantro, yo ando en pimienta. Ey, ellos me preguntaron que cómo lo hacemos. Que te voy a contar, papito, si es que estoy enfermo. Tan bajo para esta carrera, cuando rima en ritmo lo parto cualquiera. Camino tranquilo, casi sin problema, caminos al filo de la carretera. Los niños tienen que esperarnos afuera. Malandro madrugan en la madriguera. Voy desde pequeño, siguiente te sueño, lo voy a lograr de todita manera. Ando con los malvivencias del bloque, que corre el cheque, mejor que choque. La chimemo, joder, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Yes, yeah, oye, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Blacksmente. Me llega la punta del nepe. Si no saben para qué se meten, vaya por la sombra que el sol está muy caliente. Ustedes no cantan ni con micro de juguete, tampoco me cansan por más que con trampa trepen. Me pondré la bata para atender a mis pacientes. De falta de flow es que usted está muy padecente. Vamos a inyectar la dosis de carácter urgente, pero ya no sirve, que pase el siguiente. Probemos la cura en la bebida que está ardiente, cumpliendo un horario a las 4:20, sacando el antídoto de la misma serpiente. En pocas palabras hago cosas sorprendentes. Esperen su área monitoreando el ambiente. Si estoy operando no deja que nadie entre. Con 2 enfermeras pa' que no me desconcentre. Me ponen los guantes, me secan la frente. Y me pasan el bisturí. Parto tu pecho como las partí. En la calle es que aprendí. Todo lo que estás pasando me tocó pasar a mí. Te voy a quitar la envidia para que vivas feliz. Yo quiero llevar mi profesión a otro país, deleitar el mundo entero con este don que nací. Que nadie me diga no, pero todas me digan sí. Que se me triplique todo el dinerito que invertí. Ey.
Yeah. Rapper One, el hombre orquesta. Radical people en la casa, more vaya. Vamos a darle candela, pa' la familia candela. Traigo puro flow desde la vieja escuela. Espera, que no ha visto y no espera. Que hay lumbrera en tu atmósfera. Digo mormo, falla Babylon, bye bye. Firme allá adelante con la frente en high. Uno busca fight, yo les digo guay. No pierdan su time, conmigo no bye bye. Me pidieron que yo entre y voy a meterle duro como antes. Voy a reventarle los parlantes. Firme allá adelante con un flow sobre extravagante. Y si hay forzante, llevo puestos los guantes pero no se alarmen que no son guantes de box. Son guantes de seda para tratar el corazón. Corazón son, bajo de presión son, desesperación son, mala condición, Yo solo vine para traerte mi mensaje, Vine para decirte que se puede y soy fe. Vine para decirte no te rindas, socio no te rindas. Pon tus ojos en el que está arriba en Jesús, el caballero de la cruz, el único que está contigo cuando te apagan la luz. El verdadero sol y neto real batería, te cuida todo el día, por si no lo sabía. Cuando llega la resaca y todos se abandonan, cuando llega la bajada y todos se abandonan, cuando llegan los problemas y te abandonan, no es Rexona, es Jesús el que no te abandona y te perdona. no te abandona. Radical people in the area, more fire.
Yeah, man, I real. Estoy con mi hermanito Rasta Chai. International burning in Selassie I. Every day and every night. Yeah, man, llevamos 30 volúmenes dando reggae music soul. Anki on, motherfucking king on the microphone. Check it on, desde el corazón, though.
Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio.
Veo la luz que ilumina mi vida y da amor a los que más quiero. Siento el mensaje que llega hacia mi corazón, me habla el universo. Veo personas que pasan de largo en mi vida y en verdad eso es bueno, porque ahora sé lo que tengo y lo que ya no pierdo. Demasiada coincidencia para no ser verdad. Los de que no van a esperar en el más allá. Tú vas a seguir siguiendo el curso en la espiral, mientras que yo evoluciono, llego al despertar. Fuente celestial, de luz y el saber. No hay punto final, amar o aprender. Que yo no quiero obedecerte, ya sé lo que hacer. Cuando me muero de calor, de frío, de hambre o sed, ya solo pienso en ser aquel que siempre fui, pero por miedo que mostraba otra versión de mí. Antes solía llorar, ahora no sé reír. Si no ponemos de por medio un poquito de weed, eso más de estar bien, más efecto de pill. No quiero ser tu fe, te necesito a ti. Ángeles con la fe, mándalos de la street. Si vinimos de pa' morir, chico.
This is the flow underground from Kioni Studio. Relax, relax, relax. The flow alarm. This is the music at the air. Mucho tiempo dando amor a los nuestros. Asasti, nigga, bomba.
Camino de frente, traigo flow caliente. Música real con sonido inteligente. Parece frecuente desvestir la mente y quedar desnudo delante de mi gente. Flow, sing it, dem, duro like metal. Slow, sing it, why, like fenomenal. Flow, sing it, dem, duro like metal. Slow. Cada palabra y balada que parte la sala, para nada son bobadas atrapadas en miradas. Pues mi familia es sagrada, prenderá toda la grada. Camarada, se alababa la persona que te daba su calor, su sabor, el perfume del honor. Coreando la canción de un humilde servidor. Pues tu amor, seguidor, es alivio para el dolor y energía para seguir siendo tu compositor. Flow. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio. Llega el sonido de ultratumba, tienen miedo, llegan los rasta con su rumba. Díceselo, la people se hace una pregunta: ¿quién es mejor? Ni tú ni yo, ese es el lema de Kio.
Yaman regenerated. It's a president revenge and the ganja from the Rastafari niggas.
Llegan los rasta con su. La people se hace una pregunta.
Yaman real.
Llega el sonido de ultratumba. Llegan los rasta con su. La people se hace una pregunta.
Bomba clap them, nigga. Beep.
Ical, hijo
y Cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.